Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had God Tier Creation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I'm not sure where this story is going, but I hope you enjoy it. Deku's POV, 5 years old. I slowly open my eyes and look around my room, yawning and stretching before sitting up and rubbing the sleepiness from my eyes. Swinging my small legs over the bed, I glance at my All Might calendar and feel a rush of excitement. I jump off my bed and run into Mommy and Daddy's room. I struggle to climb onto their bed, but I manage to crawl in between them. Standing up, I start bouncing. "Wake up, Mommy. Wake up, Daddy." I hear Dad groan as he rolls over. I jump onto his stomach, and he lets out a loud oof. I giggle as he opens his eyes and looks at me. "Morning, Brussels sprout." I turn to Mom, who wraps her arms around Dad's chest. "Mommy, Mommy." I shake her gently, but Dad suddenly rolls over, and they both start playfully squishing me. "No, someone help me." I laugh as Dad leans in and kisses Mom's cheek. "Morning, Ton. Why are you waking us up so early, Aizu?" I giggle again. "I'm getting my quirk today." "Ah, that's true. But that's not until 3, Aizu. It's too early." They both wrap their arms around me, and I snuggle into their warmth, drifting off to sleep again. When I wake up, I hop into the living room to see Mom and Dad dancing around. I run over and join them before Mom walks off to make breakfast. After we eat, Dad takes me into my room and helps me get ready for the day. He dresses me in dark brown cargo shorts and a red shirt. I run back into the living room while they finish getting ready. Playing with my All Might toy, I wait for them. When they come out, we head to the quirk doctor and sit down in the waiting room. Dad is outside for a moment, and I play with some kids my age. After a few minutes, I get called in. "Hello, good afternoon. Please, take a seat." "Hi." "Hello, thank you for coming." He does an X-ray on my foot and begins checking it out. "I'm sorry to say this, but your son is quirkless." My eyes widen, and I drop my All Might toy. "Can I know what your quirks are?" "Mine is magnet. I can make small things float to me," she demonstrates by making my All Might figure float towards her. "And my husband can breathe fire." "I see. Do you mind if I talk to him alone for a second?" "No, of course not." Mom stands up and walks out. Once the door closes, he looks over at me. "Listen, kid, you're not quirkless." I perk up. "I'm not." "No, you're not." "Then why did you lie?" "Your quirk is called creation. It allows you to create any kind of quirk that you want. You have to keep this a secret. If a villain finds out, you could be in serious danger. Do you understand?" I nod a bit. "So, I can't tell Mommy or Daddy?" He shakes his head, and I look down at the ground. If a villain found out, not only could I be in danger, but Mom and Dad could too, right? I look up at him sadly as he nods. "Okay, I won't tell anyone to keep everyone safe." He smiles a bit. "Good job, kid. Go with your mommy now." I nod and quickly run outside to see Mom and Dad talking. I run up to Mom and hug her leg. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." She lifts me up and we walk back to the car. When we get home, I follow Daddy into his room. "I'm sorry, Daddy." He looks back at me for a second before lifting me up. "It's okay, champ. You can be anything you want to be, okay?" The next day, I go to school and run up to my best friend, Katsuki Bakugou, also known as Kaken. "Morning, Kaken." "Morning, Izuken. Did you find out what your quirk is?" I frown a little. I'm quirkless." I look down at the floor. "Quirkless." I nod and slowly look up at him to see him smiling brightly. "Well, that just gives me even more of a reason to protect you, Izuken. But we won't be able to become the Wonder Duo now, Kaken. That's fine as long as you're safe." I smile softly, and we rush inside to play heroes together. After school, I go to Kaken's house. We do our homework together, then start playing. Time skip, 2 months later. Dad suddenly left us about a week ago, and Kaken is starting to bully me. Mom is getting stressed out, and she slapped me yesterday when I said I was hungry. I went to bed starving, and now I'm in school with no lunch or even breakfast. I slowly walk up to the teacher and pull on her apron. She looks down at me. Yes, Midoriya? I'm hungry. Mommy forgot to pack my lunch. Oh my, that's too bad, Midoriya. Why don't you go ask someone else for some food? I frown as she continues to eat her sandwich. Okay, Mississippi. I turn around and sit down in a corner as a silent tear runs down my cheek. I look over at Kaken as he eats and plays with his friends. You promised to protect me. I put my head in my lap and sigh a little. I'm hungry. I let out a small whimper as my stomach growls again. When I get home, I walk up to Mom. Mommy, I'm hungry. Can't you see I'm busy? I frown and walk into the kitchen. I look around a bit and grab an apple and a slice of bread from the counter. After eating, I go to my room and do my homework. Time skip, 3 years, 8 years old. I scream into my hands as Mom slams her fist into my side again. It's all your fault. He left because you're so useless. You just had to come out quirkless, didn't you? I should have swallowed you, you piece of work. Please, stop, I'm sorry. You think sorry is going to bring back your father? I scream again as she grabs me by the hair and slams my head against the wall a few times until everything goes dark. When I wake up, I slowly flutter my eyes open and look around. As my vision clears, I realize I'm in the tub filled with freezing cold water and ice. I sit up and hug myself a little, turning my head to see Mom walking in. Don't you dare get out, she says before walking away. I stay there for another couple of hours until Mom returns. She grabs me by the hair and drags me to my room, where she drops me on the floor and walks out again. I quickly dry myself off and bandage my wounds. After that, I change into the warmest clothes I have and jump into bed, wrapping myself in the blankets. Once I'm warm enough, I look around. I can't do this anymore. I get up and grab my backpack. I empty my backpack and fill it with some clothes, then sneak out and take Mom's wallet, collecting every loose penny before putting on my shoes and opening the door. I look back into the house and frown a little. Goodbye, Mom. Deku's POV. I walk out of the house and close the door, wandering around town until I decide to stay in a random abandoned house. Weeds and vines cover the windows, which are broken, and there's no door. I step inside and tidy up a space to sleep. I take off my backpack and sit down. Maybe I should practice my quirk. I close my eyes and take a deep breath before opening them again. I cut my hands and start creating a sandwich out of thin air. I smile softly as I eat. I don't want anything like this to happen to anyone else. Time skip, 3 years, 11 years old. I'm in a random warehouse training with different quirks when I suddenly hear a yell for help. I stop and look back to see the door trying to open. I quickly make myself invisible as the door swings open, revealing a man in his 30s dragging a 7 or 8-year-old girl in by her hair. Somebody, please help me. Shut up. He throws her to the ground, making her groan. Please. Stop. He starts unbuckling his pants and my eyes widen. I sneak up to the man and hover my hand over his face, releasing a knockout gas. He reaches up and grabs his head before stumbling to the side and collapsing. The girl looks over at him in shock. I make myself visible again, and she jumps, then screams. I quickly put my hands up. I'm not going to hurt you. How can I be sure? I point at the man. I'm the one who knocked him out. I won't hurt you. I hold out my hand for her, and she hesitantly takes it. I pull her to her feet and smile softly. Can I walk you home? I don't want you to get hurt again. She shakes her head. I don't know you. Ah, right. Can I at least walk you to your block? Like I said, I just don't want you to get hurt again. She takes a step back, and I put my hands up in front of me. How about this? I make you invisible. When you get home, all you have to say is release, and you'll become visible again. Why you can do that? I smile and nod. Yep. She slowly nods. Okay. I reach up and see her flinch. I won't hurt you. I gently place my hand on her forehead, and my hand glows brightly for a few seconds before she vanishes. I take my hand off her and look around. Are you still in front of me? No. I jump and snap my head around. I hear her giggle a bit. Thank you. What's your name? Oh, it's Izuku, but you can't tell anyone about me. Why not? I ran away when I was younger. My mom was abusive, and I don't want to go back there, so please, don't tell anyone. Okay then. I smile. Thank you. Release. She suddenly pops up in front of me, making me yelp and fall on my butt. I look up at her as we giggle together. Sorry, I was just trying to see. It's okay, I just wasn't expecting you to. I stand back up and make her invisible again. Thank you. After a few seconds, I see the door open and then close. I smile to myself and look at the ground. It felt nice to help her. I look over at the man on the ground and walk up to him. I make my eyes glow bright red, and I can see his full name, age, quirk, birth date, and death date floating over his head. He can make origami come to life, huh? I tie him up with some duct tape and create a piece of paper from my hand. I then leave a small note for the police. He tried to harm a girl. I bite my lip a little. I can't write my name, or the police will find me and take me back home. Dad always called me Bunny. Why not? I shrug and sign it. He tried to harm a girl. Bunny. I drag him outside and leave him on the side of the street, taping the note to his chest. I pull up my hoodie and start walking off with my hands in my jacket pockets. I walk around town, making sure that no one sees my face. I end up stopping 3 drag deals and a robbery. I guess this is what I am now. I became a vigilante by accident, but I like it. I smile softly as I watch the sun slowly rise from atop a business building, my hair ruffled by the gentle morning breeze. I better get down before people start waking up. I teleport to the bottom of the building and start walking around town, looking for a place to rest. I find a quiet spot in a ditch, lean against the wall, and slowly slide down. I drift off to sleep. I wake up feeling quite warm, stand up, and stretch a bit before walking out. I go to a store and grab some snacks and water. When I approach the cashier, she scans my items. Is that everything? She asks. I nod. That'll be $25.63, please. I make some money appear in my pocket and hand it to her. Keep the change. She hands me my bags, and as I walk out, I see an elderly man looking up at me. Can you spare any change? I have to feed my wife, please. I smile softly. Can you wait for me? Yes, of course. I walk back into the store and buy a whole bunch of groceries. When I walk back out, I see the old man on the ground with 3 teenagers standing over him, laughing. My eyes widen, and I rush up to them. I kick one guy on the side and turn around to kick another in the chest. I land on the ground and glare at them. What is wrong with you? What the heck, kid? I create an illusion of a demon behind me, and they panic and run off. I carefully help the old man to his feet. Where do you live, sir? Once we get to his house, I put all the groceries away while they both thank me. I turn toward the living room and see the old lady trying to help the old man. I walk over and gently tap his forehead. A baby blue light surrounds him for a moment, and we watch as his cuts and bruises disappear. I turn to the old lady and smile. Here, you shouldn't have to suffer so much. I make 2 stacks of $100 bills appear out of thin air, making her gasp. Oh my, I cannot accept that. You've done so much for us already. Please, ma'am, let me help you 2 out just a bit more. I'm sorry, but I just can't. That's too much money. I smile and leave the stacks of money on the coffee table. You 2 take care now. I walk toward the door and put on my shoes. Young man, wait. I open the door and look back at the old man as he sits up to look at me. Thank you. I close my eyes and smile before walking back out. I'm sitting on top of a building, looking out into the city. I have my vigilante costume on, mostly black with dark blue stripes, black gloves with neon blue undersides, a black mask, and a black utility belt. I change my hair color to white, and my eyes turn red with little black slits for pupils. I hear footsteps behind me and turn my head to see Eraserhead. I smirk and look ahead again. Eraser. Bunny. I stand up and stretch a bit before sighing. It's a calm night, don't you think? Yeah, it is. Well, I better get going. Oh no, you don't. I feel a hand on my shoulder, quickly grab his hand, and flip him over me, stepping on his chest. I extend my hand toward him and smirk as I make a burst of pink and purple glitter shoot out of my palm. I jump off the building and start running off, laughing. After about 20 minutes, I lose him and continue my patrol when my phone rings. I answer and put it up to my ear. Hello. Is this Bunny? Yes, who is this? I have information on an underground human trafficking operation, if you're interested. I stop walking. Where? I approach an old bunker and slowly open it, walking down the stairs and quietly closing the hatch. I sneak my way downstairs, making myself invisible. I turn the corner and see a group of people sitting on chairs while another guy stands on a small stage. I watch as another man pulls a woman up to the front by her arm. She looks terrified, tears streaming down her cheeks. All right, our first pick is this beauty. He forces her to spin around. She's obedient, but she does cry a lot. We'll start off at $. Do I see $300? Ignoring his chance, I walk up behind him and knock him out with a quick strike. I make myself visible again and quickly create a barrier to prevent anyone from leaving. I end up having to fight everyone, but I manage to knock them all out. I walk to the back and start helping everyone out of their makeshift cells. By the time I help everyone out of the bunker, a bunch of police officers and a few pro heroes arrive. I smirk and salute them with 2 fingers to my forehead. I wink and start running off, ignoring the pain I'm in. I run into an alleyway and teleport myself back to my abandoned house. I take off my costume and start cleaning and disinfecting my wounds. After that, I take a shower and apply some gauze to my chest, sides, and arms. I sigh and walk over to my makeshift bed, lying down with my hands behind my head. I make a little screen appear. Show me Eraserhead. I see him in his bathroom, fuming as he struggles to get the glitter off of him. I swear when I catch that little punk I'm going to show. Present Mike walks into the bathroom. He stares at him for a moment before slapping his hand over his mouth to stifle a laugh. What happened? That DMN vigilante. I swear I'm going to catch him one day and he's going to pay for this. I can't wait to be the one to put him behind bars. I roll my eyes and swipe at the screen, making it disappear. Whatever. I roll onto my side and hiss at the pain, rolling back onto my back. I hate sleeping on my back. I grumble until I drift into a light sleep. When I wake up, I change into some dark brown cargo shorts, a gray shirt, and a black hoodie. I start walking around town when I see a shady-looking guy just standing around. I approach him and lean against another wall with my head down and hands in my pockets. Hey kid, want some? He asks. I perk up a little and look up at him. How much? He smirks and leans beside me against the wall. 25 a bag. I sigh and hand him a 50. Give me 2, it's been a long night, I deserve it. Whatever kid. Here. He hands it to me and I start walking off again. I wander around town, stopping a few thieves, helping elderly people cross the street or carry their groceries, and assisting some homeless individuals by buying them food and giving them a bit of money. By the time night falls, I go home and change into my vigilante costume. I begin my patrol, but after 4 hours of nothing, I sit down on a bench and take out a small green bag. I crush the contents in the palm of my hand and toss the seeds and stems behind me. After that, I make a rolling paper appear from my wrist, carefully put the crushed contents in it, and start rolling it. I lick the paper to make it stick before bringing it up to my mouth and igniting it. I inhale to properly light it. I pull my hand away, extinguishing the flame as I lean back on the bench, tossing my head back with a sigh, letting the puff of smoke escape into the calm night, watching as it slowly vanishes. I close my eyes and bring it up to my mouth again. I hear footsteps, making me open one eye to see Eraserhead approaching. You're going to pay for last night? I smirk as he stomps up to me, leaning over with his hands on his capture weapon. I blow out the smoke in his face and he backs up, coughing. You smoke? I shrug. Only when I've had long nights. Want some? I hold it out for him, but he shakes his head. I don't do drags. I shrug again. Whatever, hey, if you're going to take me in, At least let me finish this, will you? He sighs and sits down beside me. Fine. I smirk and bring it up to my mouth again. After a few quiet minutes, I extinguish the remains and carefully put it into my pocket. I turn toward him, smirking as I create another glitter bomb, the colors bright blue, green, and white. I jump to my feet and start running off while laughing. You should wear more colors, Eraser. Get back here. I'm going to get you. I laugh and throw a smoke bomb behind me, making myself invisible and watching with amusement as he gets angry, cursing me before storming off. I glance over to see the sun preparing to rise, so I walk home and get ready for some sleep. Deku's POV, 4 months later. I'm helping a Argentine woman put her groceries into the trunk of her car when I hear a small giggle behind me. I look back to see a little girl crossing the street, and I notice a car speeding toward her. My eyes widen, and I rush over, practically tackling the little girl and rolling with her just as the car zooms past us. I let out a sigh of relief and pick her up. I look around and see her parents on their phones. I stomp over to them and set the little girl down before grabbing both of their phones and smashing them on the ground. What's wrong with you? Me. What's wrong with you? She was nearly hit by a car because you're too busy on your phones. I glare at them and start storming off to help the lady with her groceries while a few bystanders yell at the parents. You didn't get hurt, did you? I look up at the lady and smile. No, I'm okay. She sighs a bit. I'm glad to hear that. I put the last of the bags in the trunk and close it. They're all done. Here, thanks for the help. Oh no, I'm fine really. I wave my hands in front of me. It takes a few minutes, but I manage to convince her to put her money away. I help her into the car and she turns it on. I step to the side and start walking off with my hands deep in my pockets. I walk over to an Ultra Burger and wait in line while eyeing the menu with boredom. When it's my turn, I step up to the front. Hello, welcome to Ultra Burger. How can I help you? Can I just have a large double quarter pounder and a large Oreo milkshake? Yes, of course. Will that be all? I nod once. Okay, that'll be $25. Will it be for here or to take? Here is fine. I hand her the money, and that's when I notice the large chocolate chip cookies. Can I have a cookie as well? She nods. Cookies are an extra $1. I nod and hand her $1. She grabs some tongs and carefully picks up the cookie, handing it to me along with a little red number tag, a bold black 14 smack in the middle. I walk off to a random table, placing the tag on the edge of it, and nibble on my cookie. When I finish eating, I leave and just walk around town until I end up at a park. I sit down on a bench and start relaxing, watching the kids run around and make new friends. I sigh and slowly drift off to sleep. When I wake up, I see that someone has taken my joint. I reach up and pinch the bridge of my nose. Seriously? That's low. I sigh and stand up, starting to walk around for a while. Suddenly, I hear an explosion, making me snap around to see a building starting to fall. My eyes widen, and I start running as people flee from it. I begin to fly and try to push the building up with some clones of me. Damn it. I look to the side. Phew. Go help the people get out. They nod and break the glass, flying inside. I close my eyes tightly and grunt. What do you think you're doing, kid? I look over to see a bulky guy with a bunch of explosives strapped around him. He throws a grenade at me and I create a portal, sending it off into the ocean. I grunt again as the building falls a bit more. The guy starts throwing everything at me. Damn it. I can't do this alone. Where in the world are the heroes? Suddenly, I get punched in the face, making me stumble to the side. You should learn how to be more attentive. I look to the side and see a little kid at the bottom, crying out for his mom. My eyes widen and I try to fly over to him, but the guy gets in my way, forcing me to fight him. I glance at my clones. One of you. Help the kid. Too late. I look over at the guy, terrified as he drops a bomb. No. I start flying over, but the guy grabs me and forces me to watch the bomb go off right beside the kid. The next thing I see is a flash of light. I throw my head back and hit his nose. He lets go of me and stumbles back. You monster. I extend my hand, creating a black hole behind the guy. I watch as he screams in panic, getting SCD in. I breathe heavily and close my hand into a tight fist, making the black hole disappear. I slowly look to the side to see Pro Hero Endeavor rushing over. I turn and glare at him. You! I point at him angrily while tears run down my cheeks. If you had come sooner, he would still be alive. I then point over at the child's remains. He was only 7 and he's gone because you took your time getting here. Calm down. We can't save everyone. You little, it's a hero's job to save people. How can you call yourself a hero if you don't care about everyone's life and safety? I storm up to him and slap him as hard as I can. Then I start running back home, throwing myself onto the bed and sobbing a little. I couldn't save him. I wasn't strong enough. I have to get stronger so that I can save everyone. I look up, feeling determined. That night, I walk around until I turn a corner and bump into someone. I look up a bit and see both Eraserhead and Present Mike. Hugh. Eraser grabs me by the front of my shirt, making me sigh. I watch his hair start floating, but I just put my head down and frown a little. Can I ask you something, Eraser? He grunts, making me sigh again. I slowly look up at him with watery eyes. Why did you become a hero? He looks a little shocked but answers nonetheless. I wanted to save people. I then turn toward Mike. What about you? He rubs the back of his neck a bit. Well, at first it was because I thought it was cool, but then I met Shoyuta, and all I wanted was to save people from harm. I slowly look down. Why did you become a vigilant listener? I didn't want people to be hurt like me. I didn't want anyone to suffer like I did. I look away a bit. I couldn't help someone today, and they lost their life. I slowly look up at them. What did you guys do for your first victim? They look at each other for a moment before turning to me. I was shocked and terrified for a few days. I shut myself off and pushed everyone away. I felt broken. But then I started training harder and eventually realized that we can't save everyone. Still, I'll do my best to save as many people as I can. I smile softly and turn to Mike. I broke down, cried for days, and pushed everyone away. I also began training harder before realizing that it wasn't my fault. I was alone and couldn't do much. Then I understood that we can't save everyone. We win some, we lose some. That's just how it is in this messed up world. I frown a little as my eyes start to well up again. I look down and sniffle slightly. See, never mind. I look away a bit. What is it, little listener? I slowly look back up at them. Can I have a hug? Please? Saying they were shocked would be an understatement. No, you're just going to try to escape again. I frown and look down again after a few seconds. Eraser blinks, allowing me to use my quirk to teleport myself behind him. What the? I smirk and shoot out a bunch of pink, purple, and blue glittery glue onto Eraser while I spray black glittery glue on Mike before running off, laughing. Deku's POV, 5 months later. I take a deep breath as I stare at the door to Class 1A. I can't believe I'm doing this, I think to myself before opening the door. The first thing I notice is a guy with blue hair yelling at a blonde for having his feet up on the desk, making me quietly groan. Why me? I step inside and close the door behind me. A girl with short brown hair and brown eyes suddenly jumps in front of me, nearly making me punch her nose. Luckily, I stop just in time. Oh my God, I am so sorry. I didn't hurt you, did I? She laughs a bit. No, not at all. I should be the one to apologize. I shouldn't have jumped in front of you like that. I close my eyes and smile a little. I'm Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you. I know. I mean nice to meet you too. No, wait. I slap my hand onto my face and sigh. Seriously, Izuku? I hear her starting to laugh again, making me blush slightly before looking up at her. Izuku Midoriya? Is what I meant to say. There's a chair nearby if you want to sit there. That blonde won't stop yelling, he seems so mean. I look up at her with a wobbly smile before glancing back at the blonde. I use my quirk to see his name, date of birth, and quirk. Kaken. I tilt my head slightly before looking back down at Uraraka. Sorry, but I like sitting by the window. Oh well, okay then. Good luck with Boom Boom Boy. I close my eyes and smile as I walk over to the seat behind him, earning a few glances from people who obviously think I'm insane for sitting so close to him, but I ignore them. I roll my eyes and look out the window with an annoyed sigh. I could be asleep right now, but no, I have to come to school, don't I? Okay, listen up, everyone. I perk up and look over at Eraserhead with a slight smirk. Ooh, this is going to be fun. He stands in front of his little brown podium, setting some papers down before speaking again. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa, and I'll be your homeroom teacher. Now, since I fell asleep instead of learning your names. I snicker. Mood. I feel a couple of eyes on me, making me blush. I said that out loud, didn't I? Sorry. As I was saying, you'll be going around and saying your names and quirks. I watch as a blonde stands up from his seat. My name is Yuga Aoyama, and my quirk is Naval Laser. I'm Mina Ashido, my quirk is Acid. I'm Tsuyu Ajui, but you can call me Tsu. I can do anything a frog can, ribbit. I am Tenya Ida, nice to meet you all. My quirk is Engine. I'm Ochako Uraraka, and my quirk is Zero Gravity. I'm Mashireo Ojiro, my quirk is Tail. My name is Denki Kaminari, and mine is Electricity. I'm Ejiro Kirishima, my quirk is Hardening. Hello, I'm Kuji Kuda, and my quirk is Anime Voice. Hello, my name is Rikadu Satu, and my quirk is called Sugar Rush. I'm Mezu Shuji, my quirk is Dupli Arms. Sup, I'm Kyukajiru, and my quirk is Earphone Jack. My name is Hantasiro, and my quirk is Tape. Fumikage Tokoyami, my quirk is Dark Shadow. I'm Shudo Todoroki, my quirk is half hot, half cold. Hello, I'm Touru Hagakure, nice to meet you all. My quirk is Invisibility. She giggles a bit. Katsuki Bakugou, my quirk is Explosion, so don't get in my way if you don't want to get hurt. I roll my eyes and stand up. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya, my quirk is Creation. I watch as Kaken snaps around in his seat and looks up at me shocked. I can create any quirk that I want. Deku? I ignore Kaken and sit back down. Hello, beautiful ladies. I'm Minoru Mineta, and my quirk is Pop Off. Hello, everyone. My name is Momo Yayorozu, and my quirk is Creation. I can create any non-living objects using the lipids in my body. Alright then, now that that's over, let's get on with class. Take out your notebooks and start writing. After a few hours, the lunch bell rings, causing everyone to stand up and rush off. I slowly get up and walk away, feeling bored. As I pass Aizawa, I say, I could be sleeping right now, which makes him chuckle a bit. You and me both, kid. You and me both. I snort and continue walking to the cafeteria until I feel a hand grab my arm firmly. Without thinking, I react instinctively, grabbing the hand and flipping the person over my shoulder. I step down onto their chest and pull their arm, growling, "What the heck, Deku?" I blink a few times. Kaken? I let go of his arm and rub the back of my neck nervously. Oops. He stands up and rolls his shoulder a little. Sorry, yeah, sorry. We have to talk. I roll my eyes. Yeah, whatever. Don't you whatever me, you just... I roll my eyes again and give him a dismissive gesture as I continue walking. I'm hungry, so if you don't mind, bye Felicia. I walk past an extremely shocked Kaken, smirking in satisfaction. I grab my lunch tray with katsudon on it and sit down at an empty table. I give thanks and start eating when a loud slam makes me jump. I look up at Kaken as he sits down, glaring at me. I look back down and stuff some food into my mouth again. Weird. I quickly cut him off by groaning, "Let me eat." He narrows his eyes at me. Fine, but next class is a free PRD, and you and I are going to have a serious conversation, Deku. Yeah, whatever. We both start eating quietly, and I can sense Kaken's mind racing with questions. When I finish, I lean back in my chair and sigh, rubbing small circles on my stomach. Man, when was the last time I had a good meal? I hear Kaken choke, making me look over at him with a raised brow. He looks up at me. When was the last time you ate? Like, 30 seconds ago? I hear him growl. Don't play smart with me, Deku. You know what I mean. I'm not playing around. The last time I ate was, in fact, a minute ago. He blinks once, then twice, before looking down at his food. I'm going to the roof. Later, alligator. I stand up with my tray and walk off. When I get to the roof, I sit down at the edge and lay back with my eyes closed. I sigh and roll onto my stomach, using my arms as a pillow. After a few minutes, I feel someone shaking me awake. I flutter my eyes open and look up at Kaken, annoyed. What? What do you mean, what? You have some explaining to do. I roll my eyes and sigh, snuggling closer to my arms. Fine, ask away. Where have you been? Here and there and everywhere. He growls, that's not an answer. I sigh again. Seriously? What do you want to know? That dad left because I was quirkless, and mom started treating me poorly because he left us? How I had to run away when I was 8 because I was scared she would hurt me? How I lived on the streets, in random abandoned buildings? Is that what you wanted to know? I push my face deeper into my arms as he remains silent. Go away, leave me alone. I hate people. Why didn't you come to our place? I don't know, maybe because that would be the first place she would look for me? She's been worried this whole time, you know. Whatever. Deku. Go away, I hate socializing. He sighs. How did you get a quirk? I grumble before turning my head to the side and glaring at him. I've always had it. The quirk doctor said I had to keep it a secret to protect my family and loved ones. What have you been doing this whole time? I groan. So many questions. I start rubbing my temples before sitting up. Nothing, just trying to survive. Now shut up, you're giving me a headache. Don't talk to me like that, Deku. I reach over and grab his collar while glaring at him. You're giving me a headache. I let go of him before standing up. I watch as he stands up and glares at me. You think that just because you have a quirk now, you can treat me like this, huh, you JRK? I roll my eyes. Whatever, Kaken. See you in class. I put my hands in my pockets and jump off the roof, bending one leg slightly. Deku. When I get close to the bottom, I start making myself float, then I just walk off to class, feeling bored. Why did I come here again? Oh right, to train my quirk. I sigh and continue walking to class. Once there, I lean back in my chair and wait for the bell to ring. After a few minutes, the bell rings, and everyone piles in and takes a seat. Kaken storms up to me and grabs me by the shirt. I just stare at him, bored. What the heck is wrong with you? I shrug. What isn't wrong with me? He opens his mouth to respond, but Mr. Aizawa intervened. The bell has already rung. Sit down and stop fighting. Kaken clicked his tongue in frustration before releasing his grip and taking his seat. All right, for this PRD, you all will be designing your hero costumes. When you're done, just leave them on my desk. Be quiet while I take a nap, don't wake me up. I pulled out a notebook and began sketching. I already knew what I wanted. It would be almost identical to my vigilante costume, but in dark green with black stripes, a red utility belt, white gloves with blue accents, and red shoes. Once I finished, I tore out the page and walked over to place it on his desk. Returning to my seat, I laid my head down and drifted into a light sleep. After school, I wandered around town until I reached my home. I quickly completed my homework before changing and heading out to start my patrol. Halfway through, I took out a joint and began smoking as I strolled through the streets. Suddenly, I heard a loud scream for help and sprinted toward the sound. I dashed into an alley and saw a man holding a knife to a girl's throat. "Try something again, and I'll end you right here," he shouted. I calmly stepped around the corner and said, "I wouldn't do that if I were you." "Who the heck are you?" he yelled back. I approached him confidently. "The Vigilant Bunny." I watched as he pressed the knife harder against her throat. "Take one more step and I'll do it." "No, you won't," I replied, continuing to walk forward. He took a step back, shouting, "I will." "Then do it. If you're so confident, go ahead," I challenged, narrowing my eyes. He hesitated and took another step back. Exactly. I seized his wrist and twisted it, causing him to yell out in pain. I pulled the girl behind me and twisted his arm further until I heard a satisfying crack. He cried out, and I dropped him to the ground with a smirk. Stop right there. I turned to glare at the number 2 hero, whom I privately referred to as Enduhor. I pointed at the traumatized girl leaning against the wall. He tried to kill her. He narrowed his eyes, and I rolled mine in response. He didn't have it in him. He's a coward, you can tell by his eyes. I smirked and gave a small salute. Later, Gator. With that, I teleported back home and began preparing for the night. A few hours later, I sat in class with my head resting on my arms, drifting off to sleep. The sudden ringing of the bell startled me awake, and I jumped up, pulling a pocket knife from my back pocket and flipping it open, earning shocked looks from my classmates. I frowned and glanced around. Midoriya, why do you have a knife in school? Mr. Aizawa asked, and I sighed before putting it away. Sorry, the bell scared me. That doesn't answer my question. I shrugged as I sat back down. Because I always have it on me. You do know you can't bring a weapon to school, right? I nodded. Yeah, but whatever. It's not whatever. He held out his hand, and I groaned before reluctantly tossing the knife to him. He caught it and stuffed it into his pocket. I'm going to have to call your parents because of this. I shrugged again. I don't have any. Kaken turned around, glaring at me. Yes, you do. You still have your aunt. No I don't. She's dead to me. He stood up and grabbed my shirt. She's been looking for you this whole time, you be. Yeah, because she doesn't have a punching bag anymore. You little, Mr. Aizawa interrupted. Enough, Bakugou. We'll talk about this later. Kaken growled and released me, returning to his seat. I made my pocket knife reappear in my pocket and smirked slightly. Alright then, today we're going to be training your quirks. Go change into your P uniforms and meet me outside. We watched as he pulled out a small black remote and pressed a red button, causing drawers to slide out of the wall. I stood up and walked over to grab mine before heading to the dressing rooms. I opened a random locker and began unbuckling my shirt, slipping it off my back and folding it. I heard a chorus of gasps and turned around curiously to see everyone staring at me. What? I raised an eyebrow. What happened to you, Midoriya? Kaminari asked. I glanced down at myself. Oh, this? It's nothing, don't worry about it. I turned back to put my shirt in the locker. That's not true, Kaken said. Think whatever you want, Kaken. I'm fine, really. Did your mom do that? Kirishima asked, his expression a mix of fear and concern. I looked away and sighed. No, well, not all of it at least. I slipped off my pants and folded them, placing them in the locker. Turning around, I saw everyone still staring at me as they changed. I gently traced my fingers over a small scar on my hand. She only gave me this one, to be honest. The rest are from survival. As I continued changing, I heard another loud gasp. I turned to see Mineta. Look what I found. Our upperclassmen have left a prize for us. We have to honor them by doing what they started. I noticed a small hole in the wall and stormed over as he rambled on about wanting to see the girls. Before he could say more, I pulled him away and delivered a swift kick. You will learn to respect women, or so help me, you'll have to deal with me. Got it? I turned back around and touched the wall, making the hole fill back up with cement before I storm off to meet Mr. Aizawa outside. Oh, I'm first. He just nods, so I make myself float and lay back. I'm going to take a nap. You can't do that, kid. Watch me. Deku's POV. I slowly flutter my eyes open as I hear some loud chattering, half expecting to wake up on a bench in a park. I panic slightly but quickly realize where I am. I sigh and sit up in the air, looking over at Eraser, who looks just as tired as I feel. I put my hand over my mouth and yawn before I reach up to rub my eyes. We all wait around until everyone else arrives. Alright then, you guys are going to be training with your quirks. I perk up a little. I'm going to give you some tests to do. Whoever comes in last place will be expelled. I roll my eyes, cross my arms behind my head, cross my legs, and lean back in my imaginary chair. Eraser looks at me for a second, and I smirk at him before he turns to see everyone's panicked faces. Alright then, the first test is a 50-meter dash. I'll be recording your results. Don't forget, last place gets expelled, so don't hold back. He narrows his eyes at us before telling us where to go. We go in order, and I just float around watching them all. When it's my turn, I fly up to the starting line and stand back up. Whenever you're ready, I cut off Mr. Aizawa by using a speed quirk to get to the finish line in 0.8 milliseconds. I look back over my shoulder and see everyone staring at me with wide eyes and their jaws dropped. I smirk before walking back to my spot and starting to float again. After that, we do a grip strength test. I end up cracking the screen on the machine. Oops. I set it back down on the table and rub the back of my neck nervously. I look up at Mr. Aizawa and smile sheepishly. Sorry. It's fine. Once Mineta and Yayorozu take their turns, Eraser tells us our next test. Next is a standing long jump. We all walk over to a sand pit, and everyone starts using their quirks to jump as far as they can. When it's my turn, I take a few steps back, take a deep breath, and run as fast as I can. I sprint to the edge before jumping as far as I can without using a quirk. I bend myself to cut through the air. When I start falling, I put my legs out and land just barely at the edge of the other side. I roll before standing up and glaring back at the pit. I barely made it. Did you even use a quirk? I lazily look back up at Eraser. No. He raises a brow. Not even for running? No. Why not? I shrug. Wanted to see how far I could get. But you have to use your quirk, Midoriya. That's the whole point of it. That's too easy. I can fly, I would have cleared it anyway. He sighs before recording my jump. After that, we do repeated side steps. I end up using a Mach 20 quirk to do 1,000 side steps in 5 seconds. How many was that? 1,000. I walk off and sit down in the air again, watching Mineta use his quirk to bounce from side to side, making me roll my eyes. Last but not least is a ball throw. You'll be throwing this ball as far as you can. It has a sensor on it that'll tell me how far away it landed. When it's my turn, I use Uraraka's quirk and then a strength quirk to throw it even farther. Infinity as well. Alright then, let's go over to the shade to see your results. Once there, he makes a hologram appear over the tablet showing our results. I smirk slightly before turning my upper body around to face Kaken. I close one eye, stick my tongue out, and hold my hand up with my pinky and thumb extended, shaking it a bit. He glares at me, so I turn back to Mr. Aizawa and feign shock. Wow, first place. I wasn't even trying. Everyone then turns to me. What's that mean, Midoriya? I look up at Aizawa. Well, I was holding back, of course. I smirk, and he glares at me. You were supposed to go all out. I shrug. Don't you shrug at me. Prove it. I look over at Kaken. If you were holding back, prove it. I roll my eyes and redo the test. On the 50-meter run, I finish in 0.2 milliseconds. For the grip strength, I shatter the device, and for the standing long jump, I just fly over it. When I finish, I look back at Kaken. See? I smirk again before noticing everyone glaring at me. I furrow my brows and take a small step back, reading their thoughts. Show off. Who does he think he is? I wish I could wipe that smirk off his face. Just looking at him annoys me. I bet he thinks he's better than us. I stop reading their thoughts and lower my head slightly. Alright then, no one is getting expelled. Why don't you guys go change and head back to class? I take a deep breath in and slowly look up before walking off. I walk into the changing room and start changing. After that, I walk out to class and sit down with a loud sigh. I hate school. I look out the window and wait for everyone to show up. When they do, I slowly look over and see Siro sit down beside me. Hey, he says, glancing at me before looking away, making me frown a little. First Dad, then Mom, then Kaken, now my whole class. I sigh and look back out the window. Oi, I lazily look over at Kaken as he stands in front of me. You're coming home with me today. I told Auntie and the hag about you. My eyes widen, and I stand up, slamming my hands on the desk. What? What is wrong with you? She's been looking for you this whole time, Deku. You have to go see her. No way, I'm not going anywhere with you. Settle down, you two. You're going with me whether you like it or not. Fine, make me UBSC. Settle down now. We both look over at Mr. Aizawa before I huff and sit down, crossing my arms and looking out the window again. I hate you, Katsuki. He stands there shocked for a second before hesitantly sitting down in his chair. After school, I pack my things and start walking out when I suddenly feel someone grab my arm tightly. Where do you think you're going, huh? I growl and try to pull my arm out of his grasp, but I hear him growl as he tightens his hold on me. I grab his wrist and twist his arm behind his back before shoving him to the ground. Don't touch me. I then teleport myself home and throw my backpack to the ground. I'm so tired. I hate school, but I need to train my quirk. I sigh and faceplant onto my makeshift bed with a loud groan. I hate people. People hate me. I'm going to take a nap before working. I open my eyes and turn around before sitting up with a groan. I twist my back around, satisfied with the pops before twisting the other way to do the same. I stand up and stretch out a bit before changing into my vigilant costume and walking out. I walk around town, mostly stopping muggings, saving a drunk girl from a dangerous situation, and breaking up 3 drag deals. My work phone suddenly rings, and I take it out of my pocket and answer, "Hello. Help me please." I furrow my brows a little. "Where are you?" "Don't know please before he gets back." "Don't worry, I'll find you. Just keep calm and don't be too loud. Focus on your breathing, in through your nose, out through your mouth, okay?" "Okay, please hurry." "I will." I make a light blue screen appear in front of me. "What's your full name? And how old are you?" "Yuri Teo and I'm 15. "Okay, give me a sec. Show me Yuri Teo." I watch as the screen flickers a little, and then I see a girl, chained up in what looks like a basement. "Do me a favor and show a random number on your fingers." "Okay." I watch as she slowly lifts her hand up, showing 2 fingers. 2. How did you know? "I'm on my way, don't freak out." I hang up and look back at the screen. "Show me how to get to her." An arrow then appears, pointing behind me. I turn around and start sprinting off, following the arrow as I watch the girl on the screen. "No, please." I see a guy with bright red hair walking over to her with a sadistic smirk on his face. "I've had a stressful day today, you know?" He chuckles darkly as he stops in front of her, and I feel my heart race. "No, please," she pleads. "Just do as I say." He pulls her hair, forcing her down. I start running even faster, my legs and lungs burning, but I ignore it and continue to run. "Please no. I don't want to. Like I care." He shouts and I can feel my anger rising. I finally reach the baby blue house and run up to the brown door, phasing through it before racing down the stairs. I see the guy standing over the girl, holding a katana. I narrow my eyes and growl, "You coward." I run up to him and engage in combat, making sure he has no chance of getting to the girl as we fight. He suddenly brings the katana down, and I feel a sharp pain, but I push through it. The girl yells out in horror as I continue to fight him, determined to protect her. I see him flicker his eyes to her, and I take that chance to ram my hardened hand through his shoulder. He yells out and drops the katana, so I kick it away before knocking him out. I look back at the frightened girl and walk up to her. "It's okay." I see her eyes widen a little. "Why, you're the guy I called." I nod and kneel beside her, grabbing the chains and pulling until they snap off her ankles. "Thank you," she says, and I nod, making a blanket before wrapping it around her. I pick her up and teleport us to a hospital. As I walk inside, a few nurses rush over. "Here, let me take her," I say, handing her over to a male nurse before teleporting back home. I make my blood disappear as I tie the guy up and then pull him out by the hair. I leave him on the street before placing a note on the door that reads, "Kidnapper and Assailant." I teleport back home and take off my costume, then jump into the shower, a groan of pain escaping my lips. After I manage to stop the bleeding, I step out and carefully dry myself off. I apply gauze to my cuts before wrapping my shoulder, neck, chest, and waist. Sure, I can heal myself, but I prefer not to rely on my quirk unless absolutely necessary. All the strength I have comes from working out, not because of my abilities. I carefully lay down on my bed and let out a tired sigh, groaning as I put my hands to my face. I have to do my homework, darn it. I hate school. I sit up and walk over to my backpack, then flop back down on my bed to work on the assignments. After 20 minutes, I finish and stuff the papers back into my backpack, not caring whether they get wrinkled. I close my backpack and toss it aside before lying back down and plugging in my phone to charge as I drift off to sleep. I wake up about an hour later thanks to my alarm. My eyes feel watery, and I let out a frustrated whine, kicking my legs around a little. I just want to sleep. I slam my hand down on my phone and tap the screen a few times until the annoying thing turns off. I lay there for a few minutes before getting up with a loud groan. I slip on my uniform, since I'm in my boxers, and get ready for school. Once I'm done, I grab my backpack and sling it over my shoulder. On my way to school, I help a few people with small tasks, like assisting them across the street, putting groceries in a car, and giving money to every homeless person I come across. As I walk into class, everyone turns to look at me, making me furrow my brows. Wait, what? I'm late? I pull my phone out of my pocket to check the time, feeling even more confused. How is it this late? Why are you late to my class, Midoriya? Aizawa asks. I rub the back of my neck nervously. I was helping a couple of people on the way. I guess I lost track of time. Sorry, Aizawa. I see Kaken stand up and storm over to me. I put my hand down and stare at him boredly. What the heck is wrong with you? I just shrug. Everything, I guess. He growls and grabs me by the shirt. She was waiting outside the gate for you. Like I care. She's your mother. She wanted me gone, so leave me alone. I push him off and start walking to my seat. I drop my shoulder, letting my backpack fall to the ground before collapsing into my seat. Be sturdy. I've been called worse. I flip him off before looking over at Mr. Aizawa. He sighs and tells Kaken to sit down. After 3 long P artists, All Might tells us to change into our P uniforms and meet in the training room. I stand up, grab my suitcase, change in the locker room, and walk out. I end up being the first one there again. I look up at All Might as he turns towards me. Do you want an autograph? I scoff and roll my eyes. No thanks. Saying he was shocked would be an understatement. Okay. Why not? Sure, you're the #1 hero, but I've seen better heroes than you. He falls silent after that. After a bit, everyone arrives, even Aizawa. Okay, today you guys are going to be sparring. For this one time, I'll allow you to pick your partners. You have 2 minutes, go. I look around as everyone starts asking if they want to be partners. I let out a tired sigh and continue to look around. Kaken suddenly storms up to me and grabs me by the collar. You and me are partners, idiot. I stare at him shocked. Take me out for lunch first, geez, so fast. I hear a snort behind me and turn around to see Mr. Aizawa trying to hold back a laugh. I turn back around as Kaken lets me go, blushing a bit. You know what I mean, Yeah, whatever. Once the 2 minutes are up, All Might starts picking random teams to go up first. Whoever gets pushed out, forfeits, or can't fight anymore loses the match. The first team is Kirishima and Kaminari. Kaminari wins by electrocuting him. The second team is Aoyama and Ojiro. Aoyama wins by shooting him out of the ring. The third team is Shoji and Kuda. Shoji wins by pushing him out of the ring. The fourth team is Hagakure and Mineta. Hagakure won by drop-kicking him out of the ring, which made me laugh loudly. The fifth team is Tokoyami and Azui. Azui won by wrapping her tongue around him and flinging him out of the ring. The sixth team is Lida and Todoroki, with Todoroki winning by freezing Lida and pushing the block of ice out of the ring. The seventh team is Uraraka and Mina, where Uraraka won by making Mina float and gently pushing her out of the ring. The eighth team is Satu and Siro, with Satu overpowering Siro and throwing him across the ring. The ninth team is Jairu and Yaoyorozu, where Yaoyorozu won by creating a stick from her palm and accidentally causing Jiru to step out. Kaken and I exchange glances before stepping into the small ring. We take our battle stances. Start. Neither of us moves, waiting for the other to make the first move. With my fighting experience, I have more patience than he does. I smirk as he snaps and starts running toward me. I hold my ground until the last second, sidestepping him and swatting his hand down as he creates an explosion beside me. Don't be so hasty. Learn to be more patient. Always let your opponent make the first move, or they'll counter your attacks. I dodge again as he creates another explosion beside me. Don't rush into a fight just because you're angry. Never let your anger control you, or you could end up in serious trouble. Shut up. I sidestep him again, circling around before delivering a kick that makes him stumble forward. I'm giving you some advice. Stop being so stubborn and take it. You won't win like this. He growls and charges at me again. I sigh and sidestep him once more. Focus on your opponent. You need to learn to read them to anticipate their next move. I start walking away with my head down, eyes closed, and hands behind my back when I hear him running toward me. I slide to the side and watch as he stumbles a little. Your footsteps are too loud. I can hear you coming from a mile away. Put less weight on your heels and more on your toes. He growls again and stands off to the side. Calm down. If you act like this in a real fight, you'll put yourself in danger. Biasuri, do you want to die? Yes, now come at me. When he doesn't move, I teleport in front of him and deliver a swift punch to his stomach, causing him to hunch over and gasp. Never hesitate in a fight unless you want to lose. He suddenly creates an explosion that sends me flying back a little. I stand up, smirking. Not bad, you caught me off guard. He straightens up, clutching his stomach. Be sturdy. I chuckle, but before we can continue, Mr. Aizawa interrupts us. Hold on, Midoriya, you're bleeding. Huh. I look down to see my shirt soaked in blood. Oh yeah, I am. I lift my shirt to reveal that the bandages have burned off and the gash is wide open again. Crap. I start walking off. I quit. I head to the boys' changing room and pull off my shirt, then the rest of the bandages. I hear the door open and turn to see Mr. Aizawa approaching. You okay, problem child? I chuckle at the nickname before looking back down. Yeah, just a bit of blood. He gasps and rushes over. That's not just a bit of blood. We have to get you to recovery, girl. I'm fine, I've been worse. I start making some water float toward me to rinse away the blood. What do you mean? Well, I was in a 3-day coma once for losing too much blood. Pretty cool if you ask me. He smacks the back of my head, making me laugh a bit. That's not funny. He pulls out the first aid kit from the cabinet, and I smile a little. Thanks. Once the bleeding stops, I apply some gauze while Aizawa wraps me up as everyone starts piling in to change. How did you even get this cut? I tense up at the question but quickly make up a lie. Some guy tried breaking into my house and we got into a fight. He had a pocket knife and he got me. I put my arm down as he finishes and turn to face him. He nods. All right then, go change and get to class. I stand up straight and salute. Sir, yes sir. I then turn sharply and walk away, making him chuckle. I giggle and head to my locker to change. Why were you mocking Bakugou in the fight, Midoriya? I look down at my Neta and raise an eyebrow. I wasn't mocking him, I was giving him advice. I turn back to continue changing. It sure seemed like you were mocking him. We get it, you're better than us, you don't have to rub it in. I frown and pull my shirt over my head before closing my locker and walking out with my head down. I wasn't doing that, I was just trying to help him improve. I then walk out and head to class, reconsidering my decision to come to school. As I walk to class, I keep my head down and my hands stuffed deep in my pockets. Should I really stay here? I could always find another way to train my quirk. I sigh a little when suddenly I feel my shirt being grabbed, and I get lifted slightly. I look up lazily to see Kaken glaring at me. What? You BCD, how dare you mock me like that? I roll my eyes. I wasn't mocking you, I was giving you some advice to help you improve. I gently pull his arm away. I'm going to class. I start walking off again. Once in class, I plop down in my seat and sigh loudly. I hate school. Halfway through class, my work phone starts ringing, drawing everyone's attention. I blush and quickly answer while looking down at my desk. Hello? Suddenly, I hear a panicked voice. No, stop. Get away. My brows furrow as I sit up a little more. Somebody help me. Shut up. I hear what sounds like a scuffle and more shouting. I jump from my seat and dash out of class and the school. Once I'm far enough away, I duck into an alley and use a quirk to change my uniform into my vigilante costume. I then start running up a wall and onto the rooftops, glancing at my phone. I curse softly as I hear the young man's cries growing fainter. Quickly, I activate a tracking quirk, glaring at the screen. Track down this phone number, XXXXXXX, and show me how to get there. After a few seconds, a dark green arrow appears, guiding me toward the phone while I continue to hear muffled yelling. When the arrow points down, I stop and see a man in his late 40s attacking a young man who looks to be around 18 or 20. I leap down in front of them and growl, "Let him go." The older man looks up, glaring at me. "This doesn't concern you." "It does now." I start walking toward him, and he suddenly pulls out a gun from behind his shirt, pointing it at me. I narrow my eyes and chuckle softly, tilting my head slightly. "You think that scares me? How wrong you are." I smirk as I stand before him, the gun pressed against my forehead. "Go on, go ahead." I close my eyes and smile slightly. When he makes no move, I open my eyes and smirk at him. That's what I thought. My expression turns serious as I grab his wrist, twisting it enough for him to drop the gun and cry out in pain. I maintain my serious demeanor as I push him away and stand protectively in front of the younger guy. The older man clutches his arm, yelling, "You be yesterday." I smirk slightly. "What are you going to do about it?" He charges at me with his fist raised, but I sidestep and extend my foot. "Tripped you." He lets out a loud grunt as I turn around to see the trembling guy on the floor. "Are you okay?" "Don't let him touch you," he coughs, a bit of blood escaping his lips. "If he does, he'll know your weak spots." I nod and glance back to see the older man starting to rise again. "You have no chance against me. Just stand down and come quietly." "Like hell I will." "Suit yourself, but you won't win." He swings at me, but I dodge easily. After a few minutes of evading his lackluster attacks, I grow bored and slam my fist into his stomach, hard enough to knock the wind out of him. He collapses and I ensure he's out by hitting a pressure point on his neck. Then I walk over to the younger guy, who's still curled up on the floor. "Come on, up you go." I carefully lift him up in my arms, and he snuggles into my chest, groaning softly. "Do you know him?" "He's my dad." I nod and start walking back over to the older man on the ground. "I'm taking him to the police. You're going to turn him in, understand?" He suddenly looks up at me horrified. "I can't do that." "Yes, you can and you will." I narrow my eyes at him and he looks down. "Do you want him to hurt you?" "No." "Then you'll spill." "Why, sir?" I flinch a little. "I'm not old, don't call me that." I hear him snicker softly, which makes me smile. "Wrap your arms around my neck real quick." I see him blush a little before doing as I asked. I bend down slightly and grab the older man, flinging him over my shoulder while adjusting the younger guy in my arms. "Why does he hit you?" I hear him sigh as he leans more into my chest. "I came out as gay about 2 weeks ago." There's nothing wrong with liking the same gender. It's who you are. You should never be afraid to be yourself. People just need to be more open-minded. Idiots like your dad have no right to tell you who to be or how to act. If you like girls, that's fine. If you like guys, that's okay too. If you like both, who cares? Don't let anyone tell you that you're wrong. It's your choice to be who you want to be. Thank you. I look down to see tears streaming down his cheeks. Ever since I came out, everyone started leaving me, my mom, my dad, my family, my friends, everyone. His voice cracks, and he covers his face, letting out a choked sob. My parents kicked me out because of it, and my friends don't want me around anymore. You're the first person who's said this to me, so thank you. Your friends are closed-minded. Surround yourself with better people. Where are you staying right now? At my grandma's, but even she doesn't like having me there. Do you work or study? No, I haven't found a job yet, and the school I want to get into is too far from here. I nod as we walk into the police station. I gently set the older guy down on the floor, and a group of officers turns their attention to us, aiming their weapons in our direction. Stay where you are, Bunny. I carefully place the younger guy on the floor. He takes a step back, wiping his eyes. Here, I say, handing him a thick stack of $100 bills. His eyes widen in shock. And no, I can't. I teleport the money into his wallet and sigh. Find yourself a better place. Suddenly, a cop tackles me to the ground. I flip us around and spring back to my feet, making a dash for the exit. And don't forget, be yourself. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I shout as I teleport back to school in my uniform. I walk to class and sigh as I knock on the door. Come in. I open the door and step inside, closing it behind me. What happened? Someone broke into my house and tried to hurt someone I'm looking after. Why didn't you tell me? I could have helped you. You would have gotten in my way. I walk to my seat and sit down with a long sigh. Detention. Detention. I roll my eyes and scoff, crossing my arms over my chest. Like I care. After school, I pack my things and remain seated as everyone else leaves. Kaken glances at me before heading out. I look up at Mr. Aizawa. I have better things to do, you know. Like I care. Touché, Mr. Aizawa, touché. Deku's POV. I sit there for a few minutes before deciding to do my homework. Once I finish, I pack my things again and glare at Mr. Aizawa as he reads some papers. Stop glaring, it won't change anything. I roll my eyes. Can I leave already? It's been an hour. It's been 15 minutes. Seriously? I throw my head back and groan loudly. Maybe next time, you won't run out of my class like that. What was I supposed to do? Let them hurt him? I roll my eyes and scoff. I hear him sigh before looking up at me. Did you get hurt? I smirk a little. Ah, does Mr. Aizawa care about little Olmi? I see him roll his eyes. Well, for starters, you are a student of mine, and two, you're the one who got hurt and acts like it's nothing. I shrug and slouch down a little. Because it's not. We're training to be heroes, right? So, we have to get used to the pain one way or another. You're just a kid though. A kid with many problems, eraser. I see him look a little taken aback before I glance out the window. This is such a waste of my time. What exactly do you need to do? Well, 1, grocery shopping, 2, check up on the kid I'm looking after, and 3, I seriously have to pee. After a few seconds, I hear him sigh again. Fine, just leave, but I don't want to see you run out of my class like that again, got it? I grab my backpack and sling it over my shoulder. Yeah, whatever you say. I walk out of class and head to the bathroom. After using it, I start walking out of the building. As I near the gate, I see Kaken, my aunt, uncle, and mom sitting in a car, waiting for me. I roll my eyes and teleport myself back home. I throw my backpack on the floor and flop down onto my bed. I already did my homework, so what now? I lay in bed for a few minutes before deciding to change and go for a walk to find some good food. I change into a fitted black sleeveless turtleneck, dark green sweats with 2 little black lines on the sides, a black hoodie with dark green accents, and my red sneakers. I push the sleeves of the hoodie up a little before grabbing both my phones and walking out. I walk towards the mall, looking around a little. What am I even doing here? I glance to the side and see a dirty little boy, no more than 10, holding the hand of a dirty little 8-year-old girl as they ask for money. I furrow my brows and approach them, kneeling down in front of them. What are you two doing here all alone? Are you lost? Where are your parents? The little boy speaks up. Bitch, they died about 2 weeks ago. We have nowhere to go. What about family members? He shakes his head. They were only children, and our grandparents died before we were born. I nod. I see. Have you two eaten anything? I watch as they both shake their heads. Okay then, come on, I'll buy you some food. I see the little girl perk up, squeaking out a small, "Ah, really?" I smile softly and nod. Yeah, of course. We walk off to the nearest food shop, a ramen stand. I look down at them. All right then, order whatever you want, and don't even look at the prices, okay? We sit down at a small booth, and I watch as they scan the menu excitedly. What's your guys' names? I'm Izuku Midoriya. I smile softly as they both look up at me. Right, we're sorry. It's okay. I'm Akio Haru, and this is my little sister, Renharu. I nod again as a waitress walks over, giving the kids a disapproving look. You kids are filthy. I'm sorry, but I have to ask you to leave before you make the other customers uncomfortable. She then turns towards me, and I smile innocently. Either you take our orders, or I'll make sure you regret it. My smile shifts to a hard glare, and I see her stiffen slightly before she crosses her arms and scoffs. As if you can do anything. I smirk and snap my fingers. She raises an eyebrow as we both glare at each other. A man approaches, glancing between us. Is there something wrong? I notice her jump before turning to what I assume is her boss. Oh, sir. It's just that I don't want to take their order because these kids are obviously poor, and that disgusts me. I watch as both her and the man's faces turn to shock before he starts glaring at her. Get out of my shop. You're fired. Don't ever step foot in my restaurant again, understood? But get. Now. Why, sir? She turns and glares at my smug face before walking away. I'm so sorry. Anything you order has a 45% discount. I nod as he quickly takes our orders and rushes off. How did you do that? I look over at Ren and smile a little before wiggling my fingers, making a bit of golden dust flutter out. Magic! They both giggle a little, making me smile softly. Once our orders arrive, we eat while chatting about random things, from our favorite colors to our quirks. They both have the ability to manipulate elements. Ren controls water and fire, while Akio controls earth and air. When we finish eating, I pay and we walk out. Do you guys want to go shopping? You've done enough for us already. And? Let me help you some more. I stuff my hands into my pockets as we continue walking. Why do you want to help us so much? I let out a breath through my nose. I ran away when I was 8, so I know how hard it is living on the streets. I look down at them for a moment before smiling softly. We walk into Hot Topic and I let them pick out some new clothes. When I pay, I take them back into the changing rooms. All right, hold still. I tap both of their foreheads, and they suddenly look clean. They gaze up at me with amazement shining in their eyes, making me chuckle a little. Come on, just change. I'll wait outside. I step out and lean against the wall with my arms crossed and a foot on the wall behind me. Midoriya? I look to the side and see Jair walking over. What are you doing here? I found 2 kids in the street, so I'm buying them some new clothes. I think I might take them in. She stares at me, a little shocked, before speaking. How old are they? 10 and 8. Their parents died about 2 weeks ago, and they don't have any family. She nods slightly before speaking again. I didn't think you would do something like that. I notice her looking at the floor as she clutches a small pile of clothes. Why do you think that? Well, I just thought you were stuck up because of your quirk. Well, you thought wrong. I'm not a stuck-up person. You don't even know me, and you're already judging me. I wasn't mocking Kaken. I was giving him advice to help him improve. I would have done that for anyone, and I probably am. I live on the streets, Jair. I have more fighting experience than you guys do, and I just want to help you get better. So maybe instead of jumping to conclusions about me thinking I'm better because of my quirk, you should take the time to get to know me. I see the door open, and they both come out, looking up at us. Ready? They nod, and I smile softly again. Okay then. I fist bump the air. Let's go get ice cream, yeah? Yay, ice cream. We start walking off to a nearby park to get ice cream. Rin gets strawberry chocolate swirl, Akio gets vanilla, and I get Oreo. We sit down on a bench under a shady tree and enjoy our ice cream in comfortable silence. When we finish, we sit there, unsure of what to do next. Where did you guys say you're staying again? We don't have anywhere to go. We just sleep on park benches or something. I nod and let out a small hum. You guys are going to stay with me from now on. What? I'm not letting you live on the streets, and that's final. I look up at the sky to see the sun just beginning to set. Let's go home, it's getting dark and I have to work. You work? I nod as we stand up and start walking off. Yeah, how else do you think I have money? I ruffle Aiko's hair a little and chuckle when he whines about messing up his already messy locks. Once we get back home, I look around and rub the back of my neck. So, yeah, this is it. The only rules are, 1, you can't go out when I'm not here, 2, don't open the door for anyone, and 3, please don't jump on my bed. It was hard to make. I hear them giggle a little before they both sit on it and look up at me. Right, so, I have to go to work, and I have school tomorrow. I'll try enrolling you guys in a school tomorrow so that you're not here all lonely all day, every day. I work really late, so if anything happens just call me. I make 2 small phones for them. They're black with only 2 buttons, one green for my direct phone and the other red for my work phone. Try calling me with the green one first, it's to my phone. The red one is for my work phone, and only press the red one when it's a life or death type of emergency, okay? I have 2 phones that I always try to keep on me, so I should answer with either button, but the red one is for emergencies only, alright. They both nod and I smile a little. Okay then. I walk over and pull out 2 shirts before tossing them at their faces. Change and go to bed, I'll be back later. Okay, night Midoriya. Nighty night. I walk to the door and stare at them for a few seconds. Good night, Aiko. Good night, sir. Sleep well. I see them both yawn before I walk out, closing and locking the door behind me. I walk off and head to the shadier part of town, stopping a few people from getting mugged, breaking up a drag deal, helping a lost little girl, and getting an injured guy to the hospital. Right now, I'm sitting on a bench when I see Eraser walk around the corner and look up at me before approaching. He stands in front of me, and I chuckle a little at his annoyed expression. Do you have any idea how hard it is to take glitter off? I smirk a little. Yes, I do. It really is, huh? He growls and grabs me by the shirt, yanking me up to his eye level, making me laugh. Oh man, I'm really feeling it right now. I let out a small chuckle as he drops me and clicks his tongue. I'm taking you in, it'll be easier with you like this at least. You can try, I say playfully, but before he can reach for me, there's a sudden explosion. We both snap our heads to the side and start running. When we get there, I see a guy on the side laughing, tossing a grenade in the air. I look over at Eraser and yell, "You take care of the people in the building, I'll handle him." I see him nod once before we split up. I run up to the guy as he turns towards me, pulling the pin and throwing the grenade at me. I put my hand out and create a portal high above, watching the explosion go off just as I slam my fist into his stomach. We start fighting. He's so weak. I bring my fist into his face and he lands on the ground, snoring. I sweat drop. Oh, that was easy. I quickly tie him up, leaving a sticky note, before rushing inside to help get people out of the building. Is that all of them? I turn towards Eraser as he starts coughing, and I activate my X-ray vision to look around the building. Yeah, that's everyone. Let's get out of here. I see him nod, and we start running again. I teleport everyone in the building outside, so it's just me and Aizawa inside now. I look up to see a beam starting to fall, making my eyes widen. Watch out! I jump forward and shove him out of the way, and it lands on me, making me hiss in pain before I shout, "Hold on!" He uses his scarf to quickly lift the beam. I stand up and groan as he drops it and wraps an arm around me. This is ridiculous. I teleport us outside, and we both start gasping for fresh air. We look around and give the fire department the okay to water the place down. Eraser and I walk over to a bench and sit down as a paramedic rushes over to check on us. He ends up applying burn cream on my back before hurrying off to help others. I groan. You okay? Yeah, just burn my back. Happens all the time. Baka. He smacks the back of my head, making me chuckle a little. We sit there for a bit, catching our breath, when another paramedic comes over and hands us a water bottle. We thank her, and she walks off again. A police officer then approaches us. As thankful as we are for your help, especially you, Bunny, you saved my brother, we still have to take you in. I see the officer frown a little before looking back at the other police officers. He then turns toward me and whispers, "Run." He starts pulling out his H&DCFFS as I turn to Eraser. He looks over at me before coughing like crazy, signaling me to run with his eyes. I stand up and hold my wrist out for the officer before smirking and sprinting off. "Hey, stop. Eraser, do something." I hear him coughing still, so I put my hand out and create a huge glitter bomb that explodes over everyone before turning around and teleporting back home. I let out a loud groan and flopped down onto my bed. Ah! I jumped up quickly, gripping my pocket knife as I saw Akio and Rin sitting up and staring at me. I sighed softly. "Sorry, I forgot about you guys." "Midoriya?" "Yeah, hey, sorry, go back to sleep." "Why are you dressed like that?" I looked up at them and smiled a little. "It's a costume." "A costume? What for?" I shook my head and gently pushed them back onto the bed. "It's late, go back to sleep." "Okay. Good night, Midoriya." "Good night, you two." I quickly showered, changed, bandaged my back and chest, finished my homework, and last but not least, fixed my vigilant suit. I then put my phone to charge and lay down on the bed, Rin in the middle. Good thing the bed is huge. I drifted off to sleep. After what felt like an hour, my alarm went off. I stood up with a groan and woke the kids. "Come on, I'm going to try to get you guys into school today." "Okay." Morning. I saw Rin yawn and rub her eyes, still half asleep, while Akio stretched a little. "Come on, uppy." They both giggled and started getting up. I made them some clothes to change into, and once we were ready, we walked to the nearest elementary school to UA and entered the office. I saw a lady with short black hair sitting at the office desk, petting a pig. "Hello, how can I help you today?" "Yeah, I wanted to enroll them in school. I know it's a little late, but I have school too, and I can't leave them at home alone." "I see. Why don't you come back here and talk with the principal?" "Give me a second." She walked to a door behind her and poked her head in for a few seconds before looking back at us and waving us over. I looked down at Akio and Ren. "Let's go." They nodded, and we walked into the small office. We sat down, and I saw a lady with blonde hair pulled into twin pigtails. "How can I help you?" "Make it quick. I have things to do." I chuckled a little. "Oi. See, I found these two on the streets and took them in. I have to go to school as well, and I don't want them to be home all day alone. All I ask is for you to let them come to school." "Hold on, you took them in? What happened to their parents and family?" "They died 2 weeks ago, and they don't have any family members." "Okay, and you said you took them in, not your parents, you?" I nodded. "Yes." I saw her furrow her honey brown eyebrows. "And where are your parents?" "I ran away when I was 8. I live in a small house and have a well-paying job." "What do you work as?" I looked down at Akio, then back up at her. "I'd rather not say." She nodded. "Okay then, well, all I need is for you to sign some paperwork." "Will it take long?" "I have school in." I looked up at the clock. 15 minutes. "No, it should only take about 5 minutes." "Okay." She handed me 2 sheets of paper, and I started writing everything down. When I finished, I handed it back to her, and she nodded. "All right, I'll show you to your classrooms." They get out at 1:15 p.m. "Crap, I get out at 3:45 p.m. "You don't have anyone they can stay with?" "No." "All right, we have a solution for this. They're not the only ones who have to stay after school. They'll stay with a teacher who will help them with their homework until everyone leaves. Is that okay with you?" "Yeah, that's fine with me." I looked down at the kids. "What about you guys?" "Yeah, that's okay." "I don't mind." "All right then, it's settled. Let's get you to class, shall we?" "Thank you, Principal." "Senju, Tsunade Senju." "Thank you, Principal Senju." I go to UA, so if anything happens, I wrote down my number along with Principal Nizu's and UA's. "I see. All right then." We walked out of the office and I looked down at the kids. "I'll pick you up after school, then we'll go get something to eat, okay? You have your phones with you, right?" They both nodded and took out their small black phones to show me. Alright, see you later, Gators. I ruffled both their heads, and Akio whined while Rin giggled. I walked out and headed to school with my hands in my pockets. Once I got there, Jair walked up to me. Morning, Midoriya. Did you take them in? I felt a few gazes on me but ignored them as I nodded. Yeah, I just enrolled them in the elementary school nearby. She smiled a little. That's good to hear. I hummed and walked over to my seat, sitting down with a sigh. Oh man, does my back hurt. Alright, everyone, the bell rang. You should be in your seats by now. He looked around a little before nodding. Looks like everyone is here. Today we're going to have hero training. I cut him off by groaning loudly and slamming my head on my desk. Something wrong, Midoriya? I hurt my back yesterday while carrying Akio. Who? I just grunted and he sighed. As I was saying, we're going to do rescue training, so put on your hero costumes and meet outside. We're going on a bus to USJ. Be ready in 10 minutes, or I will leave you here. Got it? Good. We got up, grabbed our things and walked off to change. As I change, I feel a few gazes on me. What happened to your back, Midoriya? I glance over at Ida before replying, I heard it. Once I finish changing, I walk outside and see Mr. Aizawa sitting on the bus steps, looking half asleep. I drag my feet over to him. Scooch, I say, and he shifts slightly to the side. I sit down beside him, leaning against the wall, and drift off to sleep for about 5 minutes before he wakes me up. I walk over to stand with my classmates as he goes over the rules. All right, any questions? I raise my hand and he looks over at me. Yes, Midoriya? Why do you have glitter in your hair? I notice his eyebrow twitch before he ruffles his hair, grumbling as he does. I hide a smirk as he looks back up, tossing his hair behind his head. Get on the bus. One by one, we climb onto the bus and take random seats. I sit at the back by the window and take a nap the whole way there. I wake up when I feel someone shaking me. I jump up and instinctively pull out my pocket knife, pointing it toward Kaminari's throat. Geech, he exclaims. Sorry, it's a habit. I quickly retract the knife, and he takes a small step back, rubbing his throat gently as I spin the knife around a little before putting it back in my pocket. Right, so we're here. I look out the window to see most of the others already outside the bus. We walk out and gather in front of Mr. Aizawa. All right, let's go inside and I'll explain. We follow him inside, where we see Pro Hero 13 waiting for us. Mr. Aizawa stands beside her with his hands deep in his pockets. Oh wow! I lazily look over at Uraraka. That's Pro Hero 13. With her black hole quirk, she's a perfect rescue hero. I smile softly and look back at the teachers. Alright, you guys are going to be doing a rescue. As you can see, this place is divided into disaster zones. We're going to split you into teams of 2. You will try to save some fake civilians while dealing with villains. Wow, you guys even have fake villains. I glance over at Kirishima, then past Mr. Aizawa and 13 to see a purple portal with figures emerging from it. Those aren't fake. 13, take care of the kids. He steps forward, but I run past him and jump from the top of the stairs, landing at the bottom. I see a few more villains step out and narrow my eyes. Tomura Shigaraki. A few random villains charge at me, but I quickly take them down. Shigaraki suddenly steps in front of me. You seem familiar, have we met? He starts scratching at his neck, leaving slight marks. No. I run toward him and attempt to land a punch, but my hand goes through a portal, and I accidentally hit myself on the side, making me wince. DMN, I do hit hard. I pull my hand back and glare at Kurojairi, who stands beside Shigaraki. I was told that All Might would be here. Why isn't he here? This wasn't part of the plan. Shigaraki scratches his neck harder. He's supposed to be here, why isn't he here? Hey, how about instead of throwing a tantrum, you leave before I make you regret ever coming here? You think you can make me regret coming here? Just because you took down those lowlives doesn't mean you'll take me down. I put on a manic grin and chuckle lightly. Wanna bet on that? Kurojairi, bring out the Nomu. I furrow my brows as another portal opens beside them. Nomu. I see a giant, dark blue creature with its brain exposed emerge from the portal and stand behind them. I made this Nomu to take down All Might, but since he's not here, you'll do for now. Made. I take a small step back and look up at the creature. Nomu, take him out. My eyes widen as it immediately punches me in the chest, sending me flying across the room and crashing into the wall. I grunt. Midoriya, watch out. I look up and barely manage to jump out of the way of another punch. I leap up and land a solid hit on its back. I see its skin jiggle slightly before it turns around and backhands me. I fly off to the side and slide on the ground before getting back up. I wipe my lip and watch as the Nomu charges at me, trying to land a hit. I jump away and use a power quirk to strike it again. It flies off to the side and lands on the ground but immediately gets back up and runs at me again. You can't beat my Nomu. It was designed to regenerate from any wounds and withstand any kind of shock. Great. I continue to dodge and land a few hits on the Nomu, but it lands more hits than I'd like to admit. I'm getting dizzy. It can absorb any hit and regenerate quickly. I put my arms up in an X in front of me as it strikes, sending me flying again. Wait a second, it can't regenerate what it doesn't have. The brain is exposed, so I'll aim for that. I start running over again and jump onto its shoulders, hugging its head as it thrashes around. It grabs my thighs and starts squeezing them. I yell out in pain but focus, igniting my whole body in flames. Hotter, hotter. I can't let it regenerate. It lets out a screech as I burn its head, and once it falls, I stand up as best as I can, panting, before slowly lifting my fist in the air like All Might. No, not fair, not fair, not fair. I look up at Shigaraki, who is scratching at his neck with both hands. Let's get out of here, Shigaraki. Yes. He turns towards me. This isn't over, Greenie. They walk through the portal and disappear just as Mr. Aizawa starts running towards me. I am here. I look up at All Might and let out a small chuckle. Kinda late, All Might. He sweat drops. Oh. I watch as he stands up straight and looks around a little. My eyes roll back and I flop onto the floor. Midoriya. Eraser quickly kneels beside me. Are you okay? Ugh. I roll onto my back and groan loudly. Why would you jump in and fight them all on your own like that? Are you crazy or something? Or something. Baka. I chuckle and lay there for a few seconds. I didn't want them getting hurt. I'd rather it be me than my classmates. Midoriya. I blink, and suddenly I'm in a white room, jumping up and standing quickly with a knife in hand. Where am I? Calm down, Midoriya. You're in the nursery. I look over at Mr. Aizawa as he walks in. He takes one look at me before yelling, Why do you have a knife? Didn't I take it away from you? No? He holds his hand out, and I sigh a little before shoving it in my pocket. Midoriya, give it to me. No way, my dad gave me this knife. That doesn't mean you can have it on you, especially in school. I shrug and look up at the time. Crap, it's late. I start walking off, but he grabs my arm. Where are you going? You have to rest. I'll rest later. I have things to do right now. I pull my arm away from him and hurry off to change into my uniform since I'm still in my hero costume and walk out of school. I run to pick up Akio and Ren, then we walk to the closest Ultra Burger. Once we eat, we go home. I check over their homework, helping with things they don't understand, showing them some easier ways to solve math questions, and fixing a few errors here and there. After that, we all lay down to take a small nap, cuddling together for a bit of warmth. When I wake up, I slowly flutter my eyes open before sitting up. I stretch my arms over my head and arch my back a little before dropping my arms and sighing out loud. I look over at the kids and smile softly before getting up and going to the bathroom. After using it, I walk out and check the time. 5:29 p.m.? Already? I sigh and start shaking the kids awake. After a few minutes, we're all fully awake. What do you guys want to do? Can we go to a park? I smile and nod. Sure. Yay! Ren fist pumps into the air, making me chuckle a little before we walk out. I grab Ren by the hand as she practically drags me to the park while Akio calmly walks beside us with his hands in his pockets. I've noticed that Akio is much calmer than Ren, who has way too much energy. She might have ADHD, but then again she is 8 years old, so who knows. As we arrive at the park, I let go of Ren. She grabs Akio by the wrist, and they both start running off. I sit down on a shady bench under a tree and let out a long sigh. I sit there for a few minutes, watching them carefully as they play and run around with other kids. After a while, I call out for them, and they both run over, covered in sweat and dirt. Come on, time to go home. Okay. Just a little longer, please? I sigh and shake my head. Maybe some other time. It's getting late and we have school tomorrow, not to mention I have to work. Aw man. She looks up at me with big watery eyes and a pout. Don't even bother with that, Rin. She crosses her arms and looks away angrily, her pout still in place. I chuckle and hold my hand out for her to take. We start walking off, stopping at a supermarket to get some cereal and milk. Once we get home, I serve us each a bowl. We eat, then I get them ready for sleep. Once they lay down and cuddle up into the blankets, I kiss their foreheads and start getting ready to leave. I walk out, looking back at them for a few seconds to make sure that they're really sleeping before stepping out into the night. It's a calm night, with nothing much happening aside from a purse snatching and stopping a burglary. Once it's 4:46, I walk home and get ready for my nap. When my alarm goes off, we all wake up and start getting ready for school. Once we're ready, we walk out and head to the elementary school first. I drop them off before heading to UA. When I finally get there, I collapse in my seat, grateful that I'm the first one here. I lay my head down on my desk and drift off into a small nap. I wake up when I hear a loud yelp, jumping from my seat with my pocket knife in hand, searching for a threat. When I come up empty-handed, I lower my guard a little. Huh? Why do you have a weapon in school? That is against the rules and super dangerous. I have to tell Mr. Aizawa about this immediately. I shrugged and tucked the knife back into my pocket. Hold on, Ida. Shouldn't you be resting, Midoriya? After the beating you took yesterday, I feel like you shouldn't be here. I glanced over at Audru and rubbed the back of my neck. Well, yeah, probably. But don't worry, I've had worse. I smiled nervously before Kaken chimed in. What does that mean? I looked at him for a moment before sighing. Exactly that, I've been through worse. How? I slouched back in my chair, letting out a sigh before answering. I've been in a 3-day coma due to blood loss. You don't need to know how. He narrowed his eyes at me and let out a small growl just as the bell rang and Eraser walked in. Ida immediately stood up with his hand raised. Mr. Aizawa, I have to tell you that Midoriya has a knife on him. He pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a frustrated sigh. Not again, Midoriya. I told you not to bring that in here. I shrugged again, smirking back at him. After a few hours, it was lunchtime. I walked up to the roof and sat down on the edge, taking out my bento lunchbox and starting to eat while staring off into the distance. Hey nerd. I jumped slightly and looked back at Kaken. Can I sit with you? I shrugged and he sat down beside me, taking out his own lunch, and we ate quietly. Once we finished, I leaned back on my hands and sighed. Deku. Can I ask you something? You just did. I smirked as I felt him starting to glare at me. Can I ask you something else? You already did. I heard him growl at me before speaking through gritted teeth. Can I ask you 2 things? You just did. When? I felt my smirk widen. Just now. Freaking Deku. He punched my side and I laughed at him. All right. I let out a small giggle. What do you want? I heard him let out a frustrated sigh before continuing. Why don't you want to see your aunt again? I kept quiet for a few seconds before answering. I already told you she became abusive once Dad left. She blamed it on me and started taking it out on me. Can I ask what she would do? You don't have to say if why. She would hit me for any small thing I did wrong. She would make me go hungry. I remember the night I left. She knocked me out by slamming my head into the wall repeatedly and then put me in cold water with ice. I woke up who knows how long later, and she still left me there for a few hours before sending me to sleep. I warmed myself up once she dragged me out by my hair and I snapped. I packed my things and left, never looking back. Why did your dad leave? Do you know? I let out a small sigh and laid my head on his shoulder as I closed my eyes. I'm not sure, but I think it was because I was quirkless. But you do have a quirk now? How did you get one? I've always had it. The doctor said it was safer to say that I didn't. Why do you look so tired all the time, and where are you staying? I have a night job. Don't ask because I'm not telling you what it is. I live nearby here and I'm not saying either. I heard him sigh before grabbing my shoulder lightly from behind. You know she's been worried, right? Even if she is, I'm not going back. You hate her that much? No. I felt him turn to look at me before I continued. I love her, and it hurts me just remembering that she hates me. She doesn't hate you. She's been so worried about you all these years, wondering if you're okay, if you're dead or not. I'm sure that she regrets everything she did in the past, Deku. Just give her a chance. I can't. Why not? I opened my eyes, and a tear ran down my cheek as I slowly turned my head up to look at him. I am not ready to face her yet. I felt him wrap his arms around me, pulling me into his lap. It's okay. I'll be here for you until you are ready. I grabbed onto his shirt and let out a small smile. Thank you, Kaken. Of course, Deku. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, the bell rang, and I teleported us back to our seats. I saw Kaken jump slightly before looking around. He glanced back at me, looking super confused, which made me laugh a little. Stupid nerd. He turned back around, making me giggle again. Mr. Aizawa then walked in and looked around for a moment. Looks like everyone's here good. Take out your notebooks and write this down. After school, I grabbed my things. As I walked past Aizawa, I let out a loud yawn, making him chuckle and ruffle my hair a little. Get some more rest, problem child. You have darker bags under your eyes than I do, and that's saying something. I wish I could, but I have a night job, so yeah. Later, Gator. I turned around and started walking down a few hallways toward the front doors. I walk out and start heading towards the front gates, only to see Mom again. Deku, I feel a hand on my shoulder as I look up at Kaken. He lets out a sigh and turns to face me. Just teleport home. I'll tell Auntie that you probably slipped past us again or something. I nod once before looking back at Mom, who is still scanning the area. I teleport to the elementary school, pick up the kids, and we walk home. Time skip, 3 months later. I watch as Akio and Rin slip on their shoes before I lift Ren onto my shoulders. Akio opens the door, and we step outside. Who's ready for the movies? Me. I flinch at how loudly Rin screams in my ear before looking down at Akio. Yeah, whatever, I guess. I chuckle at how different their responses are before looking up to see Aizawa, All Might, and Principal Nizu standing in front of me. I take an awkward step back. Hi? You live here? I see All Might scanning the house, making me narrow my eyes a little. Yes, I do. Got a problem with it? I put my free hand on my hip, shifting my weight to one leg while raising a brow. I watch as he snaps his eyes back down at me. What? No, I don't, honest. I eye him for a moment before looking back at Principal Nizu. So you're here because? Alright. Do you mind if we come in? But Aizu, what about the movies? I sigh a little. We'll just have to wait. She pouts as I set her back down and open the door again. We walk back inside, take off our shoes, and sit down on my makeshift couch. I stare at them with a raised brow and crossed arms. If you're just going to waste my time, I'm leaving. Mr. Aizawa then speaks up. Are you alone? When do your parents get home? Don't have any. I'm a runaway. Oh my, for how long now? I turn to look at Nizu. For 8 years now. You ran away at 8? Yup. I pop the P as I make eye contact with All Might. So, why are you here? Again? Well, because of all the villain attacks happening, UA has made dorms. You'll be in a dorm building with your class. Oh great, I roll my eyes. More time with my class, whoopee. I hear Rin giggle before Akio tells her to shush it, to which Rin comments about how funny I am when being sarcastic. What about the kids? Well, seeing as you're responsible for them, they can come and live with us as well. If I go, then I won't have as much liberty to work. That can be a problem. I open my mouth to say thanks, but no thanks when I hear some coughing. I look to the side to see Akio with one hand on his chest and the other covering his mouth as he coughs. Akio, he's getting worse. A few weeks ago, Akio caught a respiratory infection. He's taking medicine, but what's the point if he's still living here? I look around to see all the mold in the house. I guess I'll just have to figure something out. I turn back to my teachers and sigh. Fine, when do we move in? I see Nizu smile before calmly answering. You guys have Friday off to pack, the weekend to unpack, and Monday to settle in. You just have to sign here, agreeing to us being your temporary guardians and that we have your permission to take you. I grab the sheet of paper and a dark blue pen before signing on the line. I hand it back over, and All Might speaks up. The dorms are on school grounds. Once you get there, someone will escort you. I nod before getting up and walking back over to the kids. Change of plans, we're going to pack all of our belongings and take them to the dorms, okay? But what about the movie? I look over at Akio and smile. I can teleport, Akio. I see him perk up, his eyes sparkling. I chuckle as we start packing our few things, then we walk out and head to Yue. It's so big. How do you not get lost? Oh, trust me, I did. I chuckle a little before looking down at them both. And a lot. In the beginning, I walked into 3 wrong classes. Most embarrassing thing ever. I chuckle and look up to see Midnight. Oh wow. Midnight. She looks up from her phone and walks over. What are you doing here, Midoriya? And who are these little cuties? She kneels down and pinches Akio's cheeks before turning to look at Ren and doing the same. We came because of the dorm situation. Ah, right, follow me. She stands up straight and starts walking beside me. I didn't know you had kids, Midoriya. Now I understand why you look so tired all the time. She grabs her arms and shivers a little. Oh, how wonderful. To be a teenager and experience all of that again. Please don't make inappropriate comments in front of my kids, Midnight. Flirting with me is one thing. It's another to do it in front of them. Wait a sec, when did you have them? They look pretty old. I adopted them. They were living on the streets and I took them in. Such a selfless act. It really impresses me. What does that mean? I glare at Midnight as she floats through her daydream before looking back down at Ren. Don't worry about it. She nods before looking ahead again. As we reach the dorm building, Midnight looks back at us. Looks like you guys have the building to yourselves. Unless you want me to come back later, Midoriya? I roll my eyes and look up at her with a smirk. Thanks, but I'm more into guys. I see her perk up, and then she squeals, that is so cool. She hugs herself and then melts down to the floor. I'm going inside. Come on, let's leave this enthusiastic person alone. We walk up the few steps, and I open the door just as Midnight tells me to wait. She walks over and hands me a key to the door and another for my room before wrapping an arm around my shoulders. So, who do you like? As if I'm telling you. I push her face away with a soft chuckle before closing the door. We look around the whole building before heading up to our room to unpack. Hey Aizu. How are you going to work? Don't worry about that, Akio. I'll figure something out. Just remember, my job is a secret, okay? They both nod and I smile softly. Okay then, since we already ate, let's go make some popcorn, and I'll put on the movie, okay? They both cheer, and all 3 of us run downstairs to make popcorn. We grab a family-sized bag of puffy hot Cheetos and 3 sodas before running back to our room. We turn off the lights and pull the thick black blinds before cuddling up on the queen-sized bed with the snacks between our legs. I project a light from my forehead, and we start watching the movie, Given, which we were supposed to see at the theater. As the movie finishes, all 3 of us are in tears, crying together. That was so sad. I look at the time on my desk and sigh, wiping away my tears. We blow our noses with some tissue paper before I stand up. Come on, time for bed. While Akio showers, Ren and I make 3 cups of ramen and then head back upstairs to our dorm room. We eat, and when Akio comes out, Ren goes into the bathroom. I grab his pajamas and hand them to him, along with his medicine and a water bottle. He takes both pills and starts eating while I change into my vigilant costume. On top of it, I put on some black sweatpants and a black hoodie. Once Rin comes out of the shower and changes into her pajamas, I tuck them both into bed and kiss their foreheads before walking out and closing the door behind me. I walk to the elevator with my hands in my hoodie pockets, a bored look on my face as the elevator dings. I step out and head to the front door, slipping on my red shoes when the door suddenly opens, and Mr. Aizawa walks in, looking a little confused and startled. Midoriya? What are you doing here? I raise a brow. We moved in. I cross my arms and roll my eyes. Not like we had much to begin with. Where are you going? Work. I'm going to be late. I have to run. Bye. I walk out and start heading off to a nearby building. I take off my extra clothes before transforming into my fake identity. After about 2.5 hours, I see a bunch of police cars drive by at high speed. I start running after them, and when they stop, we're in front of a building with a guy taped to the wall and a series of explosions around him. It looks like he's waking up. I watch cautiously as he lifts his head and looks around before snapping his head up and screaming. The clock on his chest suddenly starts ticking down from 10, and my eyes widen. Oh no! I see all the cops start to panic, so I use my quirk to stop time. I untie the guy and teleport 25 stories high with the bomb. Thin ribbon and a large balloon full of helium appear from my inner elbow and quickly tie it to the bomb. The time suddenly starts back up again, making me panic as I start falling backward. Seconds later, it explodes, and the heat wave manages to singe my arms, chest, and thighs. I let out a yelp as I continue falling. When I get close to the ground, I make myself float and land safely. Ouch! I stand up straighter and see everyone staring at me. Is everyone okay? Ouch, this hurts. It's Vigilant Bunny. Get him, that's an order. Oh, come on. I start running off while panting and muttering to myself. Eventually, Present Mike starts chasing me too, but I manage to lose them. I get to the building where I left my clothes and quickly change before heading back to the dorms. It's been a week. A whole week of living in this place. Rin suddenly jumps onto my stomach and giggles. Oh come on, it's not that bad. Akio sits down beside me, chuckling a little. Yeah, you're just being overdramatic. Overdramatic? I'll show you overdramatic. I sit up and tackle them both onto the bed, starting to tickle their sides. No. Stop. After a few minutes, I stop, and they both roll onto their sides, giggling for a few seconds before sitting up again. Why do you hate it here so much? I lean against the wall and sigh a little. I guess I've just been alone for so long. I'm used to having my own place where I can do whatever I want without worrying about getting in trouble or something. What about when you took us in? I look over at Akio, confused. What about it? Were you uncomfortable with us? I smile softly and pull both kids into my lap. Of course not, you two are the best thing that ever happened to me. It's true I enjoyed being alone, but after being alone for so long, you start to miss talking to someone. Suddenly, my door slams open and I jump, pulling the kids closer to me as I glare at Uraraka. Hey, we're playing some games downstairs if you guys want to join us. I look down at the kids and they both nod, causing my eyebrow to twitch. They giggle at my reaction before dragging me downstairs into the common area, where everyone is sprawled out on couches, the floor, or beanbags. I sit down on the floor, with Akio plopping down in my lap and Rin sitting beside him. Okay, now that everyone's here, let's play. Drum roll, please. Jairu starts tapping her fingers on her beanbag, and Mina suddenly shouts, Truth or dare? I roll my eyes and groan, making Rin giggle at me. Oh, come on, Midoriya, don't be such a fun sponge. I roll my eyes again. I'm only here because of the kids. Well then, you have to have fun for the kids, she smirks while crossing her arms. I feel a vein pop on my forehead as I force a smile. I am having fun. I hear Akio chuckle a little, and I think, that little rascal enjoys making me miserable. Right, okay then. I'll go first. She grabs an empty glass bottle and spins it. It slows down and lands on Zero. Truth or dare? Dare me, baby girl. I see Mina blush slightly before thinking for a moment. I dare you to use your tape to wax your legs. All the girls laugh, and a few guys cringe back in mock pain. Okay, I admit it, this is fun. I smirk and wrap my arms around both kids. Alright, you girls do it all the time. It can't hurt that bad. Right? Don't believe that. Girls take in way more pain than we do, Zero. Please, all I'm doing is pulling a few hairs out. I smirk and let out a dark chuckle, making everyone look over at me. I watch as he pulls out a medium-sized strand of tape, cuts it, and slaps it onto his shin. Make sure to rub it in good. Yeah, get it on there. Here, I'll help you. Hagakure slaps her hand onto the tape and starts rubbing it in firmly. Once she seems satisfied, she leans back and lets out a mischievous giggle. Pull it off, Zero. Mina leans forward with an evil smirk. Okay, I will. Zero looks down and confidently grabs a piece of the tape before yanking it off. He immediately lets out a loud screech, making me laugh. At least I'm not the only one laughing. That hurts. How could you guys do this every 3 days? Good luck getting the rest of it off, Zero bro. Ugh. After 30 seconds, I get annoyed, activate my telekinesis quirk, and just rip it off him. He flails for a moment, then rubs at his shin and blows on it. Thanks, Midoriya, that was getting annoying. Ow. Oh, shut up and spin the bottle, Zero. This hurts, Mina. Sek it up and be a man. I snort a little as he grabs the bottle and spins it. It slows to a stop, pointing at Kaken. Truth or dare? Freaking dare. I dare you to wear cat ears for the rest of the night. What? You think I can't do that, you be... I take off my sandal and throw it at his head. Don't you cuss in front of my kids. He rolls his eyes and clicks his tongue before turning to glare at Zero. Yaoyorozu makes a black headband with cat ears and hands it to him. He yanks it out of her hands and slams it onto his head. Ah, look how cute you look, Kaken. You should wear a tutu and a tail. I smirk as he starts walking toward me, little explosions popping in his palms. Do you want to die, BA-? Loser? Well, I mean. I shrug my shoulders, and he growls loudly before stomping back to his seat. He sits down angrily, crossing his arms over his chest while still glaring at me. Truth or dare, Deku? Baku bro, that's not truth. Dare. I roll my eyes and sit up a little straighter. Truth or whatever. What's your job? Left it on a cliffhanger. Anyway, this chapter took me all day to write. I was a bit out of it the whole time. Deku's POV. Why do you want to know? Oh, I don't know, maybe because of the fact that every day you have new wounds on you? I raise an eyebrow. You check me out? What are you, gay? You have a problem with that? I look over at Kaminari and shake my head. No, I'm gay myself. I don't discriminate. That's good to know. What? Job? It's a profession. What kind? One that pays. He growls loudly and starts releasing a few small explosions. Deku. Yeah. What do you work as? I told you not to cuss around my kids, Katsuki. I see him shiver a little before going back to glaring at me. Just say what you work as. He then smirks. Or are you embarrassed of your job? No, I'm actually very proud of my profession. I just don't feel like sharing it right now. I shrug, then glance down at Ren. Why don't you take my turn, Ren? Hold on. You still haven't answered. Me. And I'm not going to, so it's your turn, Ren. Okay. She grabs the bottle and spins it. After a few seconds, it stops on Kirishima. Truth or dare, Kirishima? Why not dare? I dare you to kiss Aizu. Huh? What? Yeah, no. I lift the kids up and walk off into the kitchen. Oh, come on, Aizu. I'm not kissing anyone. I jump onto the counter and start eating a peach while everyone continues to play. When I finish, I toss the seed into the trash can just as Kaken walks in. What do you work as? I sigh. What do you care? Because I'm worried. I furrow my brows and look up at him. What, why? What do you mean, why? You come home at 3 in the morning covered in bruises, cuts, and blood. What do you work as? Please, Izuku, tell me. I look into his eyes for a few seconds before sighing. Follow me. He nods as I jump off the counter and start walking. I walk into the common room and glare at everyone. You better not do anything to them, or I'll make sure you regret it. I walk off to my room, Kaken following close behind. I close the door and lock it before taking a seat on the bed. Have you ever heard of the Vigilant Bunny? Yeah. He gives the cops a hard time, and from the look of it, Mr. Aizawa too. I snort and nod. Yeah, it's funny. You're him, aren't you? I nod once. It was an accident, really. I saved this girl from a terrible situation, and I liked how it felt to help someone in need. Why should we wait to be heroes? It doesn't make sense. If someone has the power to help, they should do it without fear of punishment. The only reason I came to UA was that I couldn't save someone. He was 7 and died right in front of me. I frown and hug myself. I wasn't strong enough, I was too slow. I need to get better so that I can save everyone. Annoying Mr. Aizawa is just a part-time job at the moment, huh? You should see his face every time I hit him with a glitter bomb. I giggle a little, then look back up at him. You won't tell anyone, right? He lets out a sigh before shaking his head. No, I won't tell anyone, but you have to promise to be more careful, Deku. You think I'm not? You can't be a hero and expect to come out unscathed from a fight. Getting hurt is just one of the many perks that come with being a hero. I look up at him and smile softly. It can't be helped. I stand up and walk towards the door. I'm going for the kids, I don't trust any of them. Wait up. We walk out and go downstairs, only to see Rin floating near the roof and Akio looking unwell in the kitchen trash can while Gyro rubs his back, laughing a little. What happened here? I jump up and grab Rin from the roof, then hurry over to Akio while glaring at Gyro. Rin dared Uraraka to make her float, and Akio was dared by Hakagure to be spun by Ida while using his quirk. He jigged a little, making me flinch. I am never leaving any of you to watch over them again. I put Rin down before walking into the kitchen to make lemonade for Akio. After a few hours, I put the kids to sleep and start getting ready to leave. I walk out the door only to see Mr. Aizawa standing there. Hi. Do you mind coming with me for a bit? I have to go to work. It won't take long, Midoriya. I sigh, then shrug. Yeah, whatever. We walk off to Principal Niza's office, and he knocks before going in. Take a seat, Midoriya. I sit down in front of him and cross my arms. Want some tea? Cut the small talk. What do you want? I have to go to work. Midoriya. I roll my eyes and slouch down a little. What do you work as, Midoriya? I groan and toss my head back. Not this again. After a moment, I look back up at Nizu. You have cameras and microphones all over those dorms. I'm sure you already know that I'm Bunny. Mr. Aizawa immediately wraps his scarf around me while using his quirk. You have no idea how much I dislike you. I feel my chest tighten but just shrug. Like I care. Why did that hurt so much? Now, Shoyuta, don't be so harsh. Let him go. He grunts before doing as told. I look down to hide the pain in my eyes before speaking. So what now? Are you going to turn me in or something? No, we won't do that. What? But Niza, we won't turn you in, but we won't let you out of our sight either. Whatever. Do you know why we had dorms made? Because of the possible traitor. Yes, and now that we know you're Bunny, we also know that you've worked with villains to get certain jobs done. Right now, you're our top suspect. I snort a little. I thought your quirk was being a genius, Nizu. Yes, I've worked with villains before, but no, I'm not the traitor. How can we trust you? By believing me. Now you have to understand where we're coming from, Midoriya. You disappeared when you were 8, nobody ever found you, and no one knew if you were dead or alive. Then one day, you just appeared out of nowhere, and even then, no one really knew anything about you. You kept to yourself and preferred the company of kids, giving off a vibe that made others wary of approaching you. I've been alone until a few months ago. I really dislike people in general, like Mr. Aizawa. You said, I understand, Midoriya, But you have to understand as well, he replied. Yeah, whatever. You stood up and started walking away, your head down. 2 days later, you lay on your bed, hugging the kids close to your chest, trying to ignore the sharp pain in your side. I think I broke 4 ribs. One of them must be pressing against my lung. For the rest of the night, you rolled around in discomfort, struggling to breathe. Izuku? Hey, what's wrong? He asked. I'm fine, my side just hurts a little. Don't worry, you replied. You're crying. I'll go get Bakugou. No, I said I'm fine. After a few minutes, you heard a stomach growl. You forced yourself up, panting heavily. What do you guys want for breakfast? See, cereal is fine. Yeah. You nodded and slowly stood up, making your way downstairs. You dragged your feet to the kitchen, leaning against the wall for support. Deku, what's wrong? I'm fine, just a small pain in my side, you said, trying to reassure him. He grabbed your waist and whispered urgently in your ear. What happened last night? You turned slightly and whispered back, it's nothing. I raided an underground human trafficking operation, got outnumbered but still managed to take them out and free everyone. He sighed before whispering again, Deku. I'm fine, don't worry. You reached over and grabbed 2 bowls for the cereal. As you closed the cabinet, the pain in your side intensified. You closed your eyes tightly, dropped the bowls, and fell to your knees, hugging yourself. Ugh. Deku. I think my lung just ripped. You think, what? You closed your eyes tightly and wrapped your arms around yourself, forcing yourself to calm your breathing as you coughed. Deku. Izuku. I'm fine, I've had worse. That doesn't mean you won't die, moron. He's gonna die? Akio, grab your sister and go to Todoroki's room. Now. Okay. I'm gonna be fine, Rin, don't worry, okay? You forced yourself up, and when you turned around, Todoroki walked in, stopping to stare at you. Hey Roki, can you take care of the kids for me? Thanks. You started walking off with Bakugou behind you. Hold on. He suddenly picked you up, and you looked up at him, shocked and a bit annoyed. I'm not some damsel in distress. I don't need you to carry me. You hopped out of his arms, making him sigh. I'm just trying to help, nerd. I've had worse injuries, I can handle myself. As you made your way to Recovery Girl, you started feeling lightheaded, and your vision blurred slightly. If you can handle yourself, why are we going to Recovery Girl? Nizu, Aizawa, and Recovery Girl know that I'm Bunny. They said they won't turn me in, but if I get injured, I need to go to her. I don't want to be turned in, so yeah. You continued walking quietly for a few minutes before you chuckled. What? Oh man, am I gonna get a lecture from that old woman? What, why? You looked up at him with a grin. I'm bleeding out. You watched as his eyes widened at those 3 words. In fact, I'm about to pass out. Night. As soon as you said that, your eyes rolled back, and you started falling forward. Deku! Bakugou quickly reached over and caught you before you hit the ground. He picked you up, cursing you for not letting him take you earlier. We could have been there by now. This idiot. He started running, being as careful as possible not to jostle you too much. When he finally reached Recovery Girl's office, he kicked the door open. Who just? He cut the old lady off by shouting that you had injured your lung. Oh my! Lay him down. He hurried over to the bed and laid you down before stepping back to let her do her job. Go get Aizawa and inform him about Midoriya's condition. He should be in the teacher lounge. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. He stared at you for a second longer before turning and running to the teacher lounge. Once there, he opened the door, getting questioning looks from all the teachers. Bakugou, what are you doing here? That's your question, Sho? Yeah, your question should be, why are you covered in blood? Deku apparently broke some ribs last night while working and he injured his lung. The old hag told me to inform you. He watched as Aizawa closed his eyes and put his hands together in front of his face, a clear look of disappointment written on his features. He let out a breath through his nose before standing up and walking toward Bakugou. All right, let's go. They walked out and started heading back to the nurse's office. Aizawa walked in, since the door was currently lying on the floor, and called out for Recovery Girl. Over here, I'm almost done with the surgery. She started mumbling about how reckless you were as they sat down to wait. After a few hours, Deku finally wakes up, immediately standing up and trying to walk away, only for Mr. Aizawa to tie him up and gently push him back into bed. Rest, he insists. I'm fine, Deku rolls his eyes, and I can't help but lightly smack the back of his head, earning a glare from him. You had me worried, I say as I sit beside him and sigh. Why didn't you use your quirk to heal yourself? I don't like depending on my quirk for everything, he replies. Then why didn't you come see Recovery Girl? It was too late and I didn't want to bother her. It doesn't matter what time it is. Next time, come see me if you don't want me to whack you harder. I watch in amusement as she taps the top of his head with her cane. After a while, I take Deku back to the dorms. As soon as he enters, the kids rush over and tackle him. I'm fine really. Stop crying and I'm okay, he reassures them. Why you're a dummy, one of them exclaims. I know, I'm sorry Akio. He cups one of their cheeks with his hand, gently wiping away their tears with his thumb. Deku's POV. Once the kids calm down, they drag me over to the living room, where everyone is playing Truth or Dare again. I watch the game with amusement but don't actually participate. Suddenly, Mina interrupts Hakigure, who is daring Ajuru, claiming she's bored. Oh, I know. I turn and look at Kaminari. Tell me that you don't like being a burden without telling me you don't like being a burden. I snort before raising my hand. Everyone turns towards me, shocked, but I ignore it and start laughing at my past self. I was hit by a car once while shopping. It was a hit and run. I was listening to music and not really paying attention when it happened. Anyway, I decided to walk home because I didn't want to call anyone and ruin their day or be a bother. And I didn't want to call 911 because there are probably more important people with worse injuries that need help. I didn't want to press charges because he could have had a really bad day, and I didn't want to ruin it. I start wheezing at how ridiculous I must sound. I need therapy. I wipe a tear away as I continue laughing. Yeah, you definitely need therapy, psycho, I say, chuckling harder at what Kaken said. Bakugou! I protest. We're all thinking it, Ida, Kaken replies. Kirishima! I exclaim. I have my therapist's number, do you want it? I fall back onto my side, still laughing at how foolish I was 8 months ago, tears running down my cheeks as I roll around on the floor. What's going on? Someone asks. Midoriya's laughing about getting hit by a car and walking home because he didn't want to call someone for help and be a burden or ruin their day, another responds. I laugh harder, starting to cough from the lack of air. Stop laughing, Midoriya. I can't. I wheeze again. Deku, you're going to reopen the wound. Ah, cough, wheeze, ha. Aizu, please stop laughing, you're going to hurt yourself again. After a few seconds, I force myself to calm down before sitting up and wiping away my tears. I'm okay, don't worry, okay? I quickly look to the side and put my fist up to my mouth. As I snort again. Does anything hurt, Deku? I'm fine. So this was a light-hearted chapter. I didn't really have a plan and just rolled with it. Hope you enjoyed. Deku's POV. We should play something else, I suggest. Yes. Definitely. I wrap my arms around Akio and Rin before burying my face in Akio's hair, letting out a soft sigh. What should we play? How about 7 Minutes in Heaven? Not with my kids. I look up and narrow my eyes at Mina. She quickly puts her hands up in surrender. Of course not. Who do you take me for? If it lands on the kids, you'll just go. Or they can dare the person who spun it to do anything at all. Whichever they choose to do. Fine. After a bit of playing, the kids snuggle up to me. I watch as Kaken spins the glass bottle, and it slows to a stop on us. Aizu, you go. Yeah, I'm tired. In that case, I'll take you up to the room. No, I want to stay down here with everyone. Just go in the closet, Izuku. I sigh and hand the kids over to Todoroki. He's the only person I trust with them, and stand up. I walk into the closet with Kaken behind me. As soon as he gives Mina our phones, she slams the door shut. I look around a little and let out a small hum. It's smaller than I thought. Yeah. I look up at him with a bored expression. What now? He just shrugs, making me roll my eyes. I cross my arms and lean against some brooms while glaring at the floor. What did the floor do to you? It's the source of all my problems. He snorts while I let out a small chuckle. Seriously though, what's wrong? I'm just bored. Well, we could play the game or we could. Talk. I'm not kissing you, and what is there to talk about? You can tell me more about your job. What do you want to know? Wait, what really? I shrug. Nothing else to do, so why not? Okay then, what's the worst encounter you've had? That would be Dr. Knives. He was able to strike someone by throwing air knives at them. It was hard for me to see the knives, so I got hit a lot. He's the one who put me in a 3-day coma due to blood loss. Of course, I had him arrested first. How did you survive? I don't know, my quirk, I guess. I shrugged and he sighed a little. Well, what was the easiest battle you've ever fought? That's easy. It was against a petty robber. He tried breaking into my house, and all I had to do was yell at him to get out, and he did. Pretty sad if you ask me. He was scared of you. I looked up as he pinned me against the brooms. Anyone would be scared if you yelled at them. Whatever. I turned my head to the side as he continued with his questions. What's it like? What's what like? You know, being out there, saving people? I looked back up at him and stared into his ruby-like eyes. Exhilarating. I saw something spark in his eyes that made me continue. When I run on rooftops, I feel so alive and free. I feel invincible. And when I help someone, I feel so useful, so loved and wanted. I feel happy again. I turned my head and looked away while wrapping my arms around myself. He suddenly grabbed my chin and made me look up at him. We stared at each other for a few seconds before the door swung open. Time's up. We both jumped and looked back at Mina before walking out together. I picked up both kids and walked off. Thanks, Roki. Yeah. I walked into my room and carefully laid the kids down before pulling the blanket up to their shoulders. Why is my heart beating so fast? Oi, Deku. I looked back at Kaken as he walked in and closed the door behind himself. Yes, Kaken? I want you to take me with you for one night. Yeah, not happening. I turned back around and tucked the kids in. Why not? Well, first off, you don't have the experience. I stood up straight and walked toward my desk, pulling out my homework. Second, you don't have a costume. I can wear my hero costume. I opened my book and started reading. No. You'll get caught way too fast and thrown in jail, moron. Plus, your quirk is way too noticeable. Well, I can. No, end of story. I looked over and glared at him before returning to my studies. Well then, I want you to train me. I stopped writing and let out a soft sigh. You have Shoyuta for that. Well, I want you. I felt my heart beat faster for a second, and my cheeks heated up a bit before I calmed back down. I'm here to learn as well. Why don't you want to teach me? Because I'm too lazy to. Seriously? I have to wake up at 5:25 a.m. every day to get all three of us ready for school. After school, I have to pick up the kids and help them with their homework. Then I have to feed them and get them ready for bed. Not to mention that I work from 6:30 p.m. to 3 or 4:15 a.m. So, excuse me for being the tired little person I am. I can help you with the kids. I'll have food ready for them and help one with their homework while you help the other. I'll do anything, Deku. Just please, teach me how to become a better hero. I looked up at him for a second before looking back down at my homework. I'll think about it. Thank you. Do you need help with that? No, I'm fine. You can leave though. All right. He walked over and put his hand on my head. I closed my eyes tightly as he ruffled my hair. Call me if you need anything, nerd. I smacked his hand away while glaring at him. Do that again, and I'll rip your hands off. Fair enough. And stop calling me a nerd, Mr. 8:00 every day and have the best grades in UA. He chuckled before walking out and closing the door behind himself. Once it was closed, I mumbled, Stupid, making me feel all weird. I continued with my homework before getting up and starting to change, getting ready to leave for the night. As I walked toward the door, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I grabbed their wrist and flipped them over myself, gently bringing them down to the floor. I looked down at Kaken as he grunted. I should really stop doing that. Yes, you should. I pulled him back up to his feet before looking up and glaring at him. What do you want? He pressed his lips together before pulling me into a hug. I froze up completely and just stood there awkwardly. Just be careful. I can't lose you again, Izuku. Why yeah, okay, you can let go now. I awkwardly patted his back as he pulled away. Bye. I walked out the door and started down the small pathway to leave. Good luck. I looked back at Kaken as I continued walking. Who do you think I am? Don't need luck. I smirked back at him as he let out a small chuckle. Whatever. I turned back around and then heard the door closing. After a while of walking, I reached the city and started looking around, trying to find someone to help or something to do. I climbed up the side of a building and sat down on the edge, watching over the city. I looked down at my hand and started making a plant grow from it. I gather the bud and carefully pick off the leaves before using my heat quirk to dry it out. Once it's ready, I crush it in my palm and create a small, thin piece of paper from my wrist. I place the dried leaves into the paper and roll it up, sealing it with a bit of moisture. I ignite my thumb and bring it to my lips, inhaling to light the rolled paper. I hold the smoke for a moment before exhaling. I take another puff as I lean back on one hand, gazing up at the night sky. The full moon casts a soft glow, and dark blue and purple clouds drift across the heavens, with stars twinkling brightly above the sleeping city. A smile crosses my face as I exhale the smoke, but my moment of peace is interrupted by footsteps approaching. I turn to see Shoyuta walking over, stopping a few feet away. You shouldn't be smoking, he says. You were fine with it a few months back, I reply. That was before I knew you were underage. He takes the joint from my hands, dropping it beside me and stepping on it. My joint, I pout, looking up at him. He rolls his eyes. You shouldn't be smoking. It helps me relax and de-stress, I argue. I glance at the crushed joint before tapping it, using my quirk to rewind time and watch it return to its original state. I pick it up and take another hit, prompting a sigh from Eraser. Wanna try it? No, I don't do drags, he replies. Okay, boomer, I tease, and he playfully smacks the back of my head, making me laugh. I rub the back of my head and lay back down, continuing to smoke while staring at the sky. Beautiful, isn't it? I ask. He looks up for a moment before softly replying, yeah, it really is. We sit in silence, watching the night unfold as I finish my joint. I toss it behind me and sit up, letting out a deep sigh. What's wrong? He asks. I look down at my hands for a moment, then close my eyes and sigh again. I just miss my mom. Even if she could care less about me, I still miss her. I feel him rub my back gently and I smile softly. Sometimes, I use my quirk to see what she's doing, but every time I do, she seems so happy without me. She has a new boyfriend, and whenever I glimpse her future, she has a new family and she just forgets me. I wrap my arms around myself, fighting back tears. This whole, oh I miss you, come back Izuku stuff feels so fake. That's why I avoid her at all costs. Facing her will only hurt, and I don't want to be hurt anymore. I look up at him, and he slowly pulls me into a comforting hug. No child should have to go through this, Midoriya. I'm sorry, he says softly. I'm okay, I reply, closing my eyes and snuggling closer to his chest. After a few minutes, he pulls away, and I frown slightly, wishing the moment could last longer. He ruffles my hair playfully. You're strong for dealing with all of this on your own, but you're not alone anymore, okay? You have me, Nizu, and Bakugou. If you ever need to talk, don't hesitate to ask. I'll always be there for you, problem child. I smile softly. Thanks, Mr. Aizawa. I have to keep patrolling. I'll see you later, he says. Yeah, see ya, I reply as he stands up and swings away with his capture scarf. I linger for a few hours before heading back to the dorms. When I open my room door, I find Kaken lying on my bed, hugging the kids close to his chest. I furrow my brows and walk over, shaking him lightly. He stirs and slowly opens his eyes, looking up at me. "You're back," he says. "Yeah, what are you doing in here?" I ask. He glances down, carefully peeling himself away from the kids before standing in front of me. "Ren had a nightmare and started crying, so I came in to help her and Akio go back to sleep," he explains. "I see, thank you," I say. "Are you injured?" he asks. "No, I didn't do anything tonight." Suddenly, he leans in and sniffs my chest, making me jump back. "What are you doing?" "You smell," he replies. "I'm going to shower once you leave." I protest. "Not like that. I mean, you smell like smoke?" "No, more like weed." "Do you smoke?" he asks, eyes wide. "Every now and then, yes," I admit. "What? Why?" "What do you mean, why?" "It helps relieve stress," I respond. "There are other ways to do that, you know," he insists. "Like what?" I raise an eyebrow, crossing my arms and shifting my weight to one foot. "You can read a book, go for a walk, or even train. You don't have to smoke." "Look, Kaken, maybe that's your way of relieving stress, but it's not mine. Just drop it, okay? Nothing you say will change my mind." I step aside and start removing my costume. Besides, I only do it occasionally, not every day, so it's whatever. I glance back at him and notice a dark blush on his face. I smirk, causing him to jump slightly before he turns away, fists clenched and ears glowing pink in the dim light. I sneak up to him and whisper in a deep voice, "Like the view." He jumps again, shoving me away. "I'll leave now," he exclaims, rushing out the door and slamming it behind him. I chuckle softly and shake my head. "Izuku? Is that you?" I look back at Akio, who is propped up on his elbows, rubbing the sleep from his right eye. "Yeah, it's me. Go back to sleep." "Okay," he replies, laying back down and drifting off again. I finish removing my costume, take a quick shower, and then lay down beside the kids, who push me to the edge of the bed, eager to cuddle as much as they can. Deku's POV. I wake up when I feel someone jump onto my stomach, knocking the air out of my lungs. I open my eyes to see Rin sitting on me. "Rin." "Aizu, I'm hungry." I rub my eyes and sit up, holding onto her waist to keep her steady. "What do you want to eat?" "Pancakes." "Pancakes it is then." "Yay." She jumps off, grabs my wrist, and starts dragging me downstairs since I'm still half asleep and struggling to function. She shoves me into the kitchen before running off again. I place my hand on the counter and rub my left eye while yawning. "Morning." I look up at Kaken as he approaches me with a cup. "What's that?" "What?" I peek over and see that it's empty. I turn back around and start gathering the ingredients to make blueberry pancakes. "Let me cook, you look like a zombie." "The kids are hungry." "Let me cook." He grabs the pancake mix, but I hold onto the box. "I can cook." "I'm sure you can, but let me help." "Go get some rest, you came back pretty late." "I'm fine." "Let me just help you." "I don't need it." He sighs and shakes his head, releasing the box. "Why are you so stubborn? I could ask you the same thing." He rolls his eyes and looks away. "Let me help you cook at least." "I told you I'm fine." He walks to the side and retrieves the rest of the ingredients, making me sigh. I quickly prepare the batter, adding a generous amount of blueberries. Kaken grabs a large pan and adds butter to it. I pour some of the batter into the pan while Kaken takes care of the pancakes. I grab an orange and a juicer, along with a glass pitcher. "Are you going to make orange juice?" I look back at Kaken and nod. He raises an eyebrow before speaking. "Why'd you grab the pitcher then? There's only one orange, grab a cup instead." I tap the orange, and it magically duplicates, making him blink in surprise. Or that. Once I finish the orange juice, I fill a cup with ice from the fridge and pour it into the pitcher, repeating the process a few times. I grab a wooden spoon and mix it just as Kaken flips the last pancake onto a plate. "We're going to have to make more. Or I can use my quirk, I'm too tired to make it all again. Plus, we're out of milk and I'm not going to the store right now." I grab 2 pancakes and place them on another plate before cutting some strawberries in half and arranging them on the plate. Can you cut more strawberries? Yeah. I grab the chocolate syrup and drizzle it over everything. Breakfast is ready. Come get it while it's hot. Ren is the first to appear. I hand her the plate, and she stares at it with wide eyes, drooling slightly. Thank you. She snatches the plate and runs to the table. Akio walks in calmly, and I quickly prepare a plate for him. Chocolate or syrup? Syrup. I pour the syrup on top and hand him the plate. He takes it and walks over to sit beside his sister. Anyone else want breakfast? Kaminari pokes his head around the corner, looking confused. You made breakfast? For all of us? Yes, now are you hungry? Am I? He jumps in front of me and I start making him a plate. How many pancakes? 3, please. I place the pancakes on his plate and add a few strawberries. Chocolate or syrup? Chocolate. After pouring the chocolate, I hand him the plate, and he immediately takes a bite as he walks away. Oh my God, this is delicious. One by one, everyone comes to grab a plate of pancakes. I notice Mr. Aizawa starting to walk out of the dorms, so I quickly wrap him with roots that shoot up from the ground. He turns and glares at me. What are you doing? I raise an eyebrow and grab a plate before walking up to him. No, what are you doing? You need to eat before working. I untie him and hand him the plate. He stares at it for a moment before looking back at me. I quickly cut him off. I'm not letting you leave until you eat. He sighs and takes the plate before heading to the table. I return to the kitchen and glance at Kaken as he hands me a plate. I didn't know which syrup you wanted, so I didn't put any on yet. Thanks. He nods and grabs his own plate before walking off. I pour some chocolate syrup on top of mine and make a cup of black coffee for Aizawa. I make several cups float behind me along with the pitcher of orange juice. I walk to the table and set the cups down in front of everyone's plates before pouring the juice into the cups and placing the pitcher in the center of the table. Thank you for breakfast, Midoriya. It's delicious. I look up at Todoroki and nod. Yeah man, I didn't know you could cook so well. I made breakfast, someone else is washing the dishes. Me and Kaminari will do them since we were the first ones here, other than the kids. Fair. After finishing my meal, I gather the kids' plates along with my own since they ran off to watch TV. I place the plates in the sink and head into the common area, where I see Mina doing Ren's hair while she draws on the coffee table. Don't move so much, Ren. Mina giggles as Ren half-heartedly apologizes. I glance over at Akio, who is staring at Zero, engrossed in his phone. If you want to say something, go ahead, little dude. Akio jumps and quickly looks back at the TV, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. I chuckle and walk over to the couch, sinking into it and leaning my head back with a sigh. Zero? I turn my head to see Akio nervously tapping his fingers together. Yeah. Were you, by any chance in a circus? You look like a performer we saw once with our parents. I look over at Zero, who smiles slightly. Yeah, I was. It was an internship actually, and it was fun. Akio's eyes widen in excitement. You were really cool, swinging on the trapeze like that. Thanks, little dude, Zero replies, and Akio turns back to the TV. I stare up at the ceiling for a few minutes, feeling my eyelids growing heavier with each passing moment. My ears begin to ring, and the sounds around me blend together. Everything I see slowly blurs into indistinct shapes of color. Suddenly, I feel something warm wrap around me before everything fades to black. I snap my eyes open and jump to my feet, a knife in hand, as a few guns materialize behind me, ready for action. Whoa, Midoriya, chill. It's just a movie, Midobro. Put the guns away, Deku. I look around to see everyone with their hands raised, Kaken and Ida shielding the kids. I furrow my brows and glance at the TV, realizing a movie is playing. The guns vanish, and I tuck my knife back into my pocket before sitting down on the couch. I rest my elbows on my knees and bury my face in my palms, letting out a loud sigh. I told you to turn the volume down, moron. I didn't know it was going to get that loud. I lower my head further and run my fingers through my hair. It's okay, Kaminari. I stand up and head to the kitchen to grab a bottle of water. I open it and take a sip, trying to calm my racing heart. You okay, nerd? I glance at Kaken and nod. Yeah, I'm fine, Kaken. I take a deep breath and slowly exhale before walking past him. Returning to the common area, I look at everyone before approaching the kids. I'm sorry for scaring you, I say, glancing up at everyone. All of you, I wasn't expecting someone to yell and thought we were under attack. We should be the ones apologizing, Midoriya. You were asleep, and the TV was pretty loud. As class representative, I want to formally apologize, Ida says, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle, which makes me chuckle softly. Yeah, he's right, Midoriya. I'm sorry too. Bakugou told me to turn it down, but I didn't listen. It's okay. I look back down at the kids and ruffle their hair. Akio whines, but I ignore him and return to the couch. Just then, my work phone starts ringing, prompting me to pull it out of my pocket and answer immediately. Hello. Hello again, Bunny. I have another job for you. I teleport to my room, a smirk on my face. What's the job, Mr. Kuro? Someone has harmed my wife. I need you to handle it carefully, making sure they feel every moment. Of course. Do you want the video? Is that even a question? I chuckle and shake my head. No. I'll send you the picture of the person and all their information. Complete this task, and I'll pay you double what I offered last time. My smirk widens. Pleasure doing business with you, sir. The line goes dead, and I quickly change into my work outfit, throwing on some baggy clothes over it. I grab my phones and stuff them into my pocket before heading downstairs. Something came up and I have to go to work for a few hours. Kaken, can you watch over the kids? Yeah, be careful. I roll my eyes and quickly tell him to shut up as I slip on my shoes. Bye. Bye, Akio. I'll be back in a bit. Be good. Bye, Izuku. Bye, be safe. I open the door and step outside, closing it behind me. I make my way to the front gates, where I see Nizu waiting. Hello, Midoriya. Can we talk? I sigh and shake my head. I have to go to work. We can talk later. Or we can talk now. I grumble and walk up to him. What? Where are you going? To be honest, I don't know. What's your job? Someone harmed someone's wife, and I have to pay them a visit. He sighs and shakes his head. Midoriya, this is a hero school. You can't do this while you're here. Then kick me out, see if I care. I shove my hands in my pockets and start walking away. Once I'm in the heart of the city, I climb to the top of the tallest building and sit on the edge. I create a light green hologram in front of me and start typing in the air, pulling up the information Mr. Kuro sent me. Target name, Momochi Fujiaki, 46, occupation, electronic fixer from 5 a.m. to 6:15 p.m. Monday to Friday, Quirk, can see what's wrong with electronics. Family, Momochi Tamika, 43, wife, occupation, florist from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Friday, Quirk, can bloom any type of flower anywhere she touches. Momochi Fujika, 24, eldest son, occupation, doctor from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday to Saturday, Quirk, can see what is wrong with any living creature he touches. Momochi Tamiki, 18, second son, occupation, cafe manager at Sweets for You from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Monday to Friday, Quirk, can heal and regrow dead flowers he touches. Momochi Himawara, 16, youngest daughter, occupation, high school student from 7:30 a.m. to 3:15 p.m. Monday to Friday, my quirk allows me to grow any type of flower or herb from my body. I live in Musutafus, Japan, at Colors of the Sun Apartments, number I carefully read over everything before removing my extra clothes and heading to his house. It's Sunday, he should be there right now. Once I arrive, I phase through the door and step inside, glancing around. Cozy, but no one's here. I sit down on the couch, enjoying a strawberry Pop-Tart while watching TV as I wait for the family to return. After 2 hours, they finally arrive, and Fujiaki steps forward, looking startled. Who are you, and what are you doing in my house? I turn off the TV, stand up, and dust myself off. Pardon the intrusion and the crumbs. I smile softly as Fujika steps forward, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. What are you doing in our house? Well, first I need to make sure I have the right address. It would be quite embarrassing if I didn't. Are you Momochi Fujiaki? Yes. Oh great. So this is the right house. Good. What are you doing here? Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. I just had to read the file Mr. Kuro sent me to know who my target was. Target? Oh no, it's not you, Mrs. Tamika, it's your husband. What? What did I do? You've done something terrible and I can't allow that. My husband would never. Oh really? My quirk allows me to project memories of the person I'm looking at. A screen appears between us, showing him at a bar, laughing with friends. Come on, drink some more, Momochi. Yeah, it won't kill you. I can't. I don't want to walk home drunk and get my stuff stolen or something. Man, you're a bummer. Let's move a little forward. I swipe my hand in the air, speeding up the memory. I stop when I see him walking behind a woman. I rewind a few seconds to see him whistling and humming a random tune before he turns a corner and follows her. Oh wow, she's pretty. He quickens his pace until he's behind her. He grabs her and pulls her into a dark alley, her screams echoing in the air. Please no. I just want to go home. Shut up. I'm pent up, and my wife can't do anything right, so just lay there and take it. And that's enough. I cut the memory, watching with amusement as his family begins to yell at him, especially his wife. As entertaining as this is, I have a job to do. I take out 10 knives and throw them at him. They land dangerously close to his vital points, ensuring that one wrong move could lead to serious consequences. The knives aren't embedded deeply, but they will cause him significant pain for the next 20 minutes. I retrieve my knives and walk out the door, heading back to where I left my clothes while calling Mr. Kuro to inform him that the job is done. I send him the memory of what just happened as I change, then make my way back to the dorms. Halfway there, I receive a notification on my phone. Someone has deposited $20,000 into my bank account, which makes me smirk. When I finally return to the dorms, Ren runs up to me, excitedly showing off her hair and nails. Oh wow, Ren, they're so pretty. Who did it? Mina-san did. Do you like them? They're cute. She beams at me before running off again. I head to my room, quickly changing out of my costume before returning to the common room with my hands in my pockets. Do you guys want to go to the mall? Rin snaps her head toward me so fast I think she might hurt herself. The mall? Yup. Yay. I look at everyone else. Who else wants to come? My treat. Well, when you put it like that, sure. Uraraka stands up, a large smile on her face. Yeah, no kidding. Free stuff is the best. Mina jumps up from the couch, fist bumping the air. I'll go too, I need to buy a few things. Kaken stretches his arms above his head and stands up. The whole class ends up going. I hold onto Ren's hand as we walk around the mall, everyone splitting into small groups to do their own shopping. A few stay with me because I said I don't mind paying for anyone. Izuku, Ren says, looking up at me with wide eyes. Yes, Ren? Can we go in there? She points to an art store beside us. Of course we can. Ren's face lights up as she drags me toward the store, with Kaken, Akio, Kirishima, Mina, Uraraka, Hagakure, Todoroki, Aoyama, Juru, and Momo following behind us. Inside, Ren quickly starts running up and down the aisles, searching for something. She likes art. I glance over at Kirishima, who nods. Yeah, her mom was a painter before she passed. She feels closer to her mother when she draws. I see. Suddenly, Ren runs up to me, practically bouncing with excitement, holding out a full art kit. Can I get this? Sure, not so loud, Ren. I chuckle at her enthusiasm before nodding. But yes, you can get it. Thank you. She wraps her arms around my legs, squealing with joy, then grabs my pants and drags me to the register. That'll be $83.60, sir. I take out my wallet and swipe my card. The cashier nods and hands me the bag with the art kit. I grab it and say a small, thank you, before walking back over to my classmates. Does anyone else want anything from here? They all either shake their heads or mumble a little, no, we're good. I nod once. Okay then, what store should we go to next? Can we go to the music store? I look down at Akio and nod. Sure. He smiles softly, and we start walking, Akio and Jair making small talk about music and instruments. Once we arrive at the store, Akio makes a beeline for the guitars. I watch as he carefully analyzes them, brushing his fingers over some and lightly strumming others. He stops at a wooden guitar adorned with a painting of a sailboat floating in the ocean at sunset, filled with vibrant reds and oranges. I see his eyes widen as he gently reaches over and picks it up, treating it like the most precious thing in the world. See, can I get this? Of course you can, Akio. He looks up at me with watery eyes. Thank you. I smile softly down at him before turning back to Jairu, who is examining the electric guitars. I see Jairu freeze as she spots an electric guitar. I walk over to her to get a better look at its design. It resembles an underwater beach, with a dark blue edge that fades into a seafoam green before turning into bright yellow sand. The water print makes it look like you're viewing it from above the surface. Wow. Did you like that one? Yeah, it's beautiful. She reaches over and carefully brushes her fingers against the design. Why don't you get it? I don't have enough money. I'll pay. She looks at me as if I've just grown another head. I can't let you pay for it, it costs too much. Don't mind the price tag, just get it. She turns her whole body towards me. Midoriya, I can't let you buy this for me. I won't let you buy this for me, it costs way too much. Alright then, I'll buy it for myself. I reach over and pick it up before walking away. I stop a few steps away and turn around again. Wait, do you have everything this needs? Because I don't, and I'll have to buy everything. Oh, yeah, I have everything it needs. I'll let you borrow the equipment. I smile and say a quick, thanks, before turning around and walking over to Akio, who is sitting down strumming a few notes. Do you want anything else, Akio? A pick maybe? No, I don't like picks. Alright then, let's go pack them up and pay. He nods and stands up, making his way toward the register. After packing up both guitars and paying, we head out and start walking around again. I fall back with Jairu, who is staring down at the ground. You know what I just remembered? She looks up at me, confused, and shakes her head. I look ahead with a small smirk. I don't know how to play guitar, so here. You have it. I hold the box out for her to take, but she suddenly stops walking and stares at me, looking as if she's processing what I just said. Beeb, you said I didn't. I chuckle and grab her hand, making her hold the guitar box before walking away again. No, wait. She grabs my shoulders and turns me around. I said I didn't want you to buy it for me. It costs too much, Midoriya. I didn't buy it for you. I bought it for me, but whoops, looks like my memory is acting up again. I don't want to return it when I just bought it, and throwing it away is a waste of money, so you keep it. It's a gift. I turn around and start walking off with my hands in my pockets again. Midoriya. She grabs my shoulder, so I turn my head and look down at her. Thank you. I smile softly and nod. Yeah, you're welcome, Jairu. We walk around the mall for a while, me buying a bunch of different things, mostly for the girls but a few things for the guys as well. After about an hour, we meet up with the rest of the class and head toward the food court. I kneel down in front of Ren and Akio and smile softly. Alright, what do you guys want to eat? Can I get ramen? I nod and look over at Ren, who is thoughtfully resting her chin in her hand. Teriyaki? Alright then, why don't you guys go sit down, and I'll get your food? Thanks, Aizu. Thanks. I ruffle both of their heads before shooing them away and getting in line for the food. What are you getting? I jump and turn around, immediately bumping into something solid. I look up to see Kaken holding my fist in his right hand, a smirk on his face. Geez, don't sneak up on me like that, Kaken. I lower my arm and sigh. Run wants teriyaki, Akio wants ramen, and I'm getting katsudon. What about you? Curry and rice. He stuffs his hands into his pockets as we start making small talk. When we get to the front, We place our orders and wait on the side for a few minutes as they prepare the food. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugou? I look over at the lady before making my way to the front. She smiles as she hands us the boxes, and we turn around to walk to the table where the kids are sitting. I sit down beside Ren while Kaken sits down beside Akio. Eat while it's hot. Open the foam boxes and give a quick thanks before digging in. Halfway through the meal, I look down at Ren. Can we go back after eating? I need a nap before going to work. I smile nervously, knowing that the kids must be tired of being stuck inside all day. I promise we'll go out somewhere tomorrow. Rin giggles as she nods. Don't worry, Aizu, I understand. You need your sleep, or else you get cranky. She giggles again, stuffing her face with another mouthful of food. I let out an awkward chuckle before glancing at Akio. He just shrugs. I got what I wanted. I don't care if we go home or not. Fair enough, let's hurry and eat then. They both nod as we continue eating. Once we finish, we grab our things and turn to our classmates. We're leaving already. We'll see you guys back at the dorms. Already? I nod and grab Ren's bags, handing her my empty box to throw away before walking out the door toward the dorms. Why are you following us, Kit Kat? Kit Kat? Seriously, Deku? I chuckle and shrug as I continue walking. Sue, why are you following us again? I'm following you. How ironic is that? I look back at him with a small smirk before winking. My smirk widens as I see him blush slightly and turn his head away, clicking his tongue in annoyance. I look ahead, pocketing my hands as I walk. To the side, I see an elderly lady trying to cross the street while carrying many bags. I press my lips together before looking back at Kaken and handing him the bags. Watch over them for a second. He furrows his brows and opens his mouth to say something, but before he can, I jog over to the elderly lady. Need help? I grab the bags out of her hands as she looks up at me with a small, wrinkled smile. Oh, thank you, young man. No problem. I hold my elbow out for her to take as we start crossing. I've been trying to cross for a few minutes now. My daughter must be worried sick back home. I furrow my brows. Why didn't she get the groceries? Oh no, she can't. She has leukemia. She can't get out of bed. I watch as she frowns deeply before we both snap our heads to the side, hearing tires screeching. Izuku, watch out. I lift my foot and slam it into the hood of a car, causing it to lift slightly before slamming back onto the road. Oh my. Are you okay, young man? Yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay, ma'am? I look back at the elderly woman, who is gripping my arm tightly. I am okay, thank you. Deku. I hear a groan and look to the side as the man stumbles out of his car, wide-eyed. Why, you ruined my car. You nearly killed him. What do you mean your car, you JRK? Language. He turns and glares at me before arguing with the man again. I roll my eyes and help the lady cross the street. I hand her the grocery bags, making everything lighter for her, and I discreetly slip a wad of $100 bills into her purse. I reach into my pocket and pull out some pills, placing them into a small baggie and handing them to her. I know you might think I'm crazy, but give these to your daughter. 1 pill every morning, it'll completely get rid of her leukemia, and it has no drawbacks. I smile as she takes the baggie, looking down at it with confusion. I turn around and walk back to Kaken, who is still arguing with the man. I grab the back of his shirt and start dragging him away, the kids following behind. You didn't pay for my car. And I'm not going to. You nearly killed me. The least I could do is not fix your car. I raise my hand and give him a dismissive gesture as I continue walking, dragging Kaken behind me. You need to get your anger under control, Kit Kat. It's not very heroic of you to yell at people. He deserves to be yelled at. I look back at him with a raised brow. But what I see makes me blush and smirk at how childish he looks. Kaken has his arms crossed over his chest, puffing his cheeks out in an adorable pout while glaring at the man. He's not even walking, just letting me drag him as his body sags. I turn around and chuckle a little before nodding. Yeah, I guess you're right, Katsuki. Once we get home, I make my way toward my dorm room, telling Kaken to take care of the kids while I take a nap. I walk to my bed and immediately flop onto it, letting out a loud groan as I bounce slightly. When I wake up, thanks to my alarm, I use the bathroom before going downstairs, where I see a few classmates lounging around the common area. Where's Kaken? I thought he left with you, Midoriya? I look over at Ito with a raised brow. No, he did, but I took a nap. Can't you use your quirk to find him? I glance at Hagakure, sensing her sass and annoyance. I can, but I don't like depending on it. That's why I'm asking. I hear her scoff, which makes me roll my eyes and look back at Ida. If he's not down here, you can check his dorm room. I nod and walk back upstairs, making my way to Kaken's room. When I get there, I knock and wait for an answer. There is none, so I knock again before opening the door and peeking inside. The three of them are lying on the bed, Akio and Rin snuggled against Kaken's arms and shoulders. The TV is on, playing the credits to some movie, and I can see 3 empty, dirty bowls piled up on the nightstand, along with a few empty chip bags on the bed. I smile softly before walking over and turning the TV off. I pick up the trash around them before pulling the blanket up and over their shoulders. After that, I grab the bowls and make my way back downstairs, leaving the bowls in the sink before heading toward the front door. I quickly slip on my shoes before yelling out a quick, "I'm leaving for work," before walking out and closing the door behind me. I walk down the streets for a while before jumping from rooftop to rooftop, searching for something to do. No, stop. Leave us alone. Someone please help. I hurry over to the edge of a building and see 3 girls. One with blonde hair, another with white hair, and the last with metallic blue-purple hair. 5 guys in black clothes and ski masks are trying to force the girls into a black van. I silently jump down from the building and sneak up behind the closest one. I strike the side of his neck, knocking him out and drawing the attention of the other 4. I smirk at them. 1 down, 4 to go. Teach, don't be so cocky, brat. There are 4 of us and 1 of you. Get him. One of the guys grabs me, but I quickly twist his arm behind his back and shove him forward, causing him to knock down another guy. The third one throws a wild punch my way, which I catch before returning the favor with a punch to his stomach. He groans and drops to his knees, gasping for breath. I glance at the 4th guy, who is helping the first 2 get back up. It's just 1 kid, how hard can it be to catch him? I smirk again. Very hard, apparently. He growls at me and raises his hand, making me raise an eyebrow. Flashlight. His palm suddenly shoots out a beam of light, blinding me just enough for one of them to punch me across the face. I hit the ground as they start kicking me. After a few kicks, I stop moving, hoping to trick them into thinking I've passed out. Demon brat, the girls ran away. We can't afford to lose them, the boss will kill us. Come on, they couldn't have gone far. Let's go look for them. Boss. I stand up, gaining their attention. Your quirk is a flashlight? That's ridiculous. Why, you little? One of the guys swings at me again, and I easily dodge him before sticking my foot out to trip him. Tripped ya. I evade their wild punches as I formulate a plan. Someone is controlling them and making them kidnap girls. I have to find out who and why. I better do it sooner rather than later, or more girls will be in danger. What to do? I continue dodging their attacks for a few minutes before realizing something. Wait a second, where's the 4th guy? Suddenly, I feel something hard hit the back of my head, making me stumble slightly before darkness consumes my vision. Bakugou's POV. I wake up to a gentle tapping on my cheek. I furrow my brows, slowly blinking my eyes open to see Ren, who is sitting on her knees, looking down at me. What is it, Ren? Can I have a cup of water? I nod and sit up with a yawn. Wait here, I'll be back in a minute. Can I go with you? Yeah, sure, whatever. We stand up and quietly close the door behind us before following Ren down the hallway toward the elevator. What time is it? I'm not sure, maybe 1 or something. Why? Because Aizu usually comes back around 3 or 4. I press the down button on the wall and wait for the elevator to open. We step inside, and before I can hit the button for the first floor, Rin slams her finger against it, yelping in pain as she holds her finger gently. I chuckle a little. What did the button do to you? I reach over and ruffle her hair. It hurts. You'll live. No, I won't. The elevator stops, and the doors open. We walk to the kitchen, where I get her a cup of water along with one for myself. After drinking, I set the cups in the sink, and we head back upstairs to my room. Try using the bathroom before going to bed. We don't want any accidents, okay? Okay. I open the door and see Akio walking out of the bathroom, rubbing his eye and yawning. Where's Aizu? He's still not here, squirt. Go back to sleep. Okay. I feel a small tug on my pants and look down at Ren. Can you stay up until I come back out? Alright, just hurry it up. Okay, thanks. She rushes into the bathroom while I climb back into bed. I let Akio snuggle closer to my side as he mumbles a lazy, "You're warm," before drifting off into soft snores. I stay awake for a few minutes until Ren sleepwalks her way back to the bed. Did you wash your hands? All right. Good night, Baku. Night, Ren. She lays down on my shoulder again as I stare up at the ceiling for a few minutes, feeling myself start to drift off to sleep as well. The last thing that flashes across my mind is Deku's smiling face from when we were younger. Where are you, Deku? Deku's POV. I slowly flutter my eyes open and look around. Where am I? I'm in an empty room with a single door in front of me, sitting on a metal chair that's welded to the floor. My wrists are tied behind my back, and my ankles are secured to the chair. Chains hold my biceps down to my body. A single bulb of light blinks annoyingly above me. The door suddenly opens with a loud groan from the rusted hinges. 3 guys in black suits walk in, stopping in front of me. What's your name? The one I assume is the boss asks. What's it to you? He chuckles before slamming a metal fist into my cheek. My head snaps to the side, and I spit out a bit of blood. Slowly, I turn my head back toward him, looking down and laughing quietly. Is this funny? The second one asks. You punch like a child. I slowly lift my face and pause, smirking at the first one. The third one makes a gun shape with his fingers, pointing it at me with a glare before asking who I am. I don't feel like sharing that information with you. He jugs his hand down and whispers, bang, as he lowers his thumb. Suddenly, my shoulder starts hurting, and when I look down, I see it bleeding. Your hand is a gun? That's so cool. I exclaim. Quiet. I hope you know that you ruined tonight's restock. I hope you're ready to pay. I spit some blood out of my mouth and look back at the first one. Kankiwai. His face twists in disgust before he punches me in the stomach. Crap, I can't use my quirk. Get the syringe. As the third one walks out, I look up at the second one. So what, are we going to have like a fursum or something? I'm down. I smirk at him and watch as his blue eyes turn a glowing red. I will destroy you. I snicker a little and look back up at the first one. How do you want me? I flutter my eyelashes at him, and he reaches for the chains, only for the second one to stop him. The third one suddenly comes back and quickly injects me with something, making me pass out again. Bakugou's POV. I groan as I lazily blink my eyes open, looking around for a second before sitting up slowly. The kids are starting to stir awake as well. Morning, brats. Morning. Yeah. They both sit up while rubbing their eyes. Where's Aizu? I stand up and stretch my back a little, groaning as it pops. He's probably asleep in his dorm or something. Can we go check? Yeah, whatever. We get up and walk out, making our way to Deku's dorm room. Once there, I lift my hand and knock a few times. Deku? You in there, nerd? When we don't hear anything, I knock again. Deku? Again, nothing. I grab the doorknob and twist it, staring at it in shock. It's open? Deku never leaves his door open. I push the door and look in. Deku? Are you in here? The hell? Where is he? Maybe he's downstairs? That nerd better be down there, or I swear I'll kill him. Yeah, let's go, Baku. I roll my eyes and follow them down the stairs into the common area. Has anyone seen Deku? After getting a chorus of no's, I look down at the kids, hiding my worry behind a look of annoyance. Guess I'm stuck with you brats. I reach up and scratch the side of my head. Didn't it What do you want for breakfast? Waffles. Fine, whatever. I grab the pancake mix and start mixing it in a metal bowl, adding a few blueberries before dropping it into a waffle maker. While that cooks, I start making bacon in one pan, sausages in another, and dropping a few slices of bread into the toaster. Once everything's ready, I call out for breakfast, quickly serving the first plate for Ren, who's the first one as usual. Thank you. Yeah. I hand her the plate when the door suddenly slams open, and Deku walks in, looking disheveled. What the heck? Deku? Deku's POV. When I open my eyes again, it's only because someone punched me. I groan and lift my head, seeing the three guys again. Look, my back hurts. Don't tell me you guys did something while I was out. I puff out my cheeks in a pout. We could have had fun, the four of us. We didn't do anything to you. Sure, I believe you. Daddy. I eye the first guy up and down before biting my lip. You're in a bad position to be patronizing us like that. Oh. I smirk at the third one and flutter my eyes at him. What position do you want me in then? I see his eye twitch as he lets out a low growl. Enough. I look at the second one. Who are you? Still don't feel like telling you, you punks. The first one reaches forward and grabs the chain. I don't have time for this. As soon as he touches the chain, it starts molding against his hand, forming a metallic glove. I feel my quirks stirring inside me, making me smirk at them. Boss, wait. No, don't do that. Too late. I snap the ropes off of myself before jumping up and punching the first guy in the stomach. He flies back and crashes into the wall before I kick the third guy in the chest, knocking the air out of him before he falls back and passes out. I turn as the second guy tries to hit me, and I strike the back of his neck, knocking him out immediately. I hum as I stare at the three knocked out men. Well, that was easier than I thought. I tie them up against a chair, ensuring they have no weapons before blocking their quirks for 2 days. I leave a note on the floor before walking out. Quickly knocking out and tying everyone up, I make my way down to the basement, which resembles a dungeon. The walls are made of stone and look damp, with small jail cells housing 4 or 5 girls. All of them have collars around their necks and are covered in bruises. Some even have marks on their backs, thighs, and feet. Is everyone okay? They all snap their heads towards me before whimpering and scooting away. It's okay, I'm here to get you all out. I walk up to the closest cell and make a key out of a stone on the floor while calling the police. After unlocking all of the cells and making enough clothes for the girls, we make our way outside, where the place is surrounded. Put your hands up. I roll my eyes before turning invisible and walking past the officers with a bored expression. I better get back, it's already morning. I need to fix my face up before I scare the kids. I heal my face and walk into an alley, changing my clothes and making my way back to the dorms. When I get there, I slam the door open, making everyone look over at me before Kaken yells out, "What the heck? Deku?" I look over at Kaken as he storms up to me, the kid's not far behind. "Where have you been, Deku?" I'm not actually sure where I was, I reply, grabbing my chin as I think for a second before shrugging and looking down at the kids with a soft smile. Sorry I didn't come back sooner, I got held up for something. Are you okay? I kneel down in front of Ren and smile at her. I'm okay. I watch as her eyes start to glisten before tears stream down her cheeks, making me frown slightly. She suddenly throws herself at me, wrapping her arms around my neck as she cries, "I was so worried when you didn't come back." I quickly wrap my arms around her, pulling her as close as possible to my chest. As I look up at Akio, I can see him holding back some tears as well. I open my arms for him, and he quickly walks over, letting me pull him into my chest too. "Shoo, it's okay. I'm okay. No need to cry." I gently rub both of their backs for a few minutes, whispering calming words into their ears. Once they both calm down, I stand up, holding them both on my hip as we walk into the kitchen where Kaken made breakfast. "Thanks, Kaken." "Yeah, but you better explain yourself later," he replies, giving me a look that says there's no way out of it. I let out a groan before mumbling, "Whatever." We sit down at the table, Ren and Akio sitting on either side of me. Once we finish eating, I wash the dishes before getting dragged to the common area, where Akio and Jaira show each other how to play a few songs on Akio's guitar. Suddenly, Rin jumps onto my lap with a magazine and a large smile on her face. Look, I saw this movie with my mom when I was younger, and now it's a live-action movie. She points at the princess on the magazine, who has a lot of makeup on, before snuggling into my chest. She's my favorite princess because she reminds me of my mom. I hold her a little tighter. Is that so? She nods enthusiastically. She's very kind and takes care of all the animals in the world, and whenever someone she cares about gets hurt, she'll fight whoever she has to in order to protect them, even if it's an ogre. I stare at the princess for a few seconds before getting an idea. I smirk to myself before standing up, holding Ren to my chest as she lets out a small squeak. Aizawa. She grips onto my shirt tightly and I smile at her. Don't worry, I've got you. Where are we going? To the room. I have an idea. What is it? I chuckle a little. You'll see. I hurry up the stairs and rush into our room, closing the door behind us with my foot. I sit her down on the bed before walking into the bathroom, where I quickly change out of my costume, hiding it under the sink before walking back out in my regular clothes. I walk up to her and smile softly. Take off your shirt. She tilts her head to the side, confused, but starts taking off her shirt. I turn around and lift mine up a little, before making the princess's dress appear from thin air, landing on the ground with a soft thump. I pick it up and hand it back to her, keeping my head turned so I don't see her. Here, put this on. Okay. I can hear her struggling to put it on before she lets out a whine that makes me chuckle. Aizu, can you help me? I nod. Okay. I turn around, keeping my gaze locked on the floor. I grab the dress and flip it a few times before figuring out how it's supposed to go. Lift your arms. Okay. She throws her arms straight up into the air, and I carefully put the dress over her, fixing it slightly before zipping it up from behind. I then turn her around and make a brush float towards me. After gently combing out all the knots in her hair, I start braiding it sideways. I slowly twist it around and hold it in place with a few bobby pins near the nape of her neck. Once I'm done, I make a little white plastic flower pin appear before attaching it in the center of the spiral. After that, I gently lift her up and take her towards the body mirror to look at herself. I hear her gasp loudly as she twists and turns to get a better view of her hair and dress. Wow! I take a step back before putting one hand on my heart and the other behind myself, bowing towards her. My princess. She quickly turns around with a squealed giggle and looks up at me with a large smile. Aizu, be my personal butler. No, wait, my bodyguard. I raise a brow, slightly amused. Why not both? Can you do that? I shrug. I don't see why not, my princess. I then make a tiara made out of little real diamonds, shaped into small daisies and leaves, before gently setting it on top of her head. I smile softly at the little gasp she makes when she turns around and stares at it. It's beautiful. She then turns around to face me with yet another large smile stretching across her face. Aizu, you have to dress up too. I nod with a soft smile plastered across my face. Okay, princess. She giggles a little and stares at me intently as golden dust starts rising from around my feet before surrounding me completely. When the dust disappears, I'm wearing a white long-sleeved undershirt, one of my red ties tucked under a white vest with thin black stripes, and 3 light yellow buttons on the vest. I have a black jacket and black dress pants with a dark brown belt featuring a golden buckle. My red sneakers and black gloves complete the look, along with black sunglasses and a plastic earpiece tucked into my ear. I apply a thick layer of gel to my hand and slick back a few strands of hair. Rin stares at me, her mouth hanging open, which makes me squirm slightly. Is this outfit wrong? I ask. No, she suddenly exclaims, causing me to jump. She blushes from embarrassment. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. But you look amazing. Don't change. I chuckle a little and nod. Okay then, shall we, my liege? Chapter End. Izuku Midoriya possesses a quirk called Green Flame, allowing him to shoot green fire from his body and manipulate it. Unfortunately, he faces a difficult home life, returning each day to find his parents either arguing or under the influence. Shudo Todoroki has a quirk that combines fire and ice, enabling him to create flames from the left side of his body and ice from the right. He endures a harsh upbringing as his father views him as a trophy from a quirk marriage, subjecting him to isolation and intense training. Katsuki Bakugou has the explosion quirk, which allows him to produce explosive sweat. He deals with an abusive mother who lashes out at him for any perceived mistake, while his father remains distant, either trying to calm her down or simply not caring. In a sneak peek from Deku's perspective, I groan as I push myself up onto my forearms, wincing at the throbbing pain in my head, my hands sticky with drying blood. A loud scream pierces the air, followed by a harsh insult and a slapping sound. I roll my eyes and stand up as my parents continue their argument. As I pass their room, I glimpse my mother grabbing my father by the hair while he tries to defend himself. I hurry into my own room, closing the door quietly behind me as the yelling persists. I step into the bathroom, kneeling in front of the tub to grab the shower head. I turn the water on, adjusting the dial until it runs warm, then lean forward to wet my hair, being careful with the cut on my head. After cleaning the wound, I stand up and grab a towel, gently drying my hair. Once it's dry, I apply ointment to the cut and wrap my head with bandages. After tending to my injury, I change out of my uniform and slip into black sweats and a hoodie before heading to the kitchen to make lunch. Chapter end. I apologize for the long wait. It's that time of testing again, and I've been busy. I want to hear your embarrassing stories about your siblings or family members. I remember when my brother was around 7 or 8. My cousin, aunt, brother, and I were on our way home after visiting my aunt. My cousin suddenly said my brother looked like a tamale. I have no idea what she meant, but my aunt and I played along, teasing him. He suddenly burst into tears, yelling, "I'm not a tamale," all the way home. It was hilarious. Let me know if you want to hear more stories. When the elevator dings, we step out into the hallway. I look down at Ren and say, "Stay here, I'll make sure the coast is clear." She giggles and nods. I walk into the common area, scanning the surroundings and ignoring the strange looks from my classmates. "What are you doing, nerd? And what's with the outfit?" Kaken asks. "Making sure there are no enemies," I reply. "What enemies?" I raise an eyebrow at him. "Are you an enemy?" I ask, rushing up to him. "No," he responds, leaning back. I eye him skeptically before returning to my spy act. "Did you hit your head or something?" Kaken asks. I ignore him and press my fingers against the earpiece. Coast is clear. I hurry back to Ren, who is giggling with her hands over her mouth. I let out a small chuckle before stepping behind her as she walks into the common area. Mina squeals and rushes toward us. I quickly jump forward, grabbing her arm and playfully twisting it behind her back, pushing her against the wall. I lean in and whisper into her ear, "Play along." She responds with a quiet, "Got it?" before exclaiming, "Ow, ow, ow. Let me go." I turn to Ren and ask, "What should I do with her, my liege?" A wicked smile spreads across Ren's face as she shouts in her best Queen of Hearts voice, "Off with her head." I chuckle lightly as Mina pretends to struggle against my gentle hold. "Nu, please spare my life, princess. I just wanted to hug your adorable highness." I glance back at Ren, who nods at me, her mischievous grin still in place. I playfully force Mina onto her knees and pull out a plastic sword from my hand. "Sorry, princess's orders. This is my end. Farewell, cruel world." I laugh softly before raising the sword into the air. I look up at Kirishima and wink, watching as he perks up and strikes a heroic pose, one foot on the couch, fist raised. "Fear not, my lady. I shall save you." I snap my fingers, magically changing his and Mina's outfits to fit the game better. Kirishima's new outfit features a light blue vest, a red and black zebra print scarf, blue jeans, and a red cloth wrapped around his waist. He wears a dark brown belt with a golden buckle, a blue glove on his left hand, and a white fluffy cloth held with black tape, along with a white and golden scabbard for his plastic sword. Mina receives a thick bronze bracelet on her bicep, black gloves with purple fluff at the ends, a purple-pink tiger print crop top, a dark teal skirt with shorts underneath, and dark purple thigh-high stockings. I also give her a leather corset over her left side, a bark brown leather belt with a silver buckle, and dark brown leather boots. Rin gasps dramatically, pointing at Kirishima. "How dare you interfere?" Kirishima looks down at his outfit, exclaiming, "Whoa," before quickly returning to the game. He draws his sword, pointing it at Ren. "I can't let you kill her, my princess, for she is my best friend." "Then you shall perish, Aizu." "Yes, my liege." I leap toward Kirishima, and we begin to clash our swords together, hearing Ren's high-pitched giggle. After a few minutes of playful fighting, Kirishima suddenly stops and looks past me. "Hey!" I furrow my brows and turn to see Mina on her knees, arms stretched out on the floor. Rin giggles. "It's okay, you guys can stop now. We made a deal, I let her praise me and she gets to live." Mina lifts herself up and bows again. "Oh, my adorable highness, I shall worship you forever." I roll my eyes at them. "Glad you told us, princess." She giggles again. I glance past them and see Ciro trying to sneak up. "Princess, watch out." Ciro grabs Mina and holds a pencil to her neck, causing Ren to squeak. "Take one more step and I'll end the princess." Mwaha. I snicker before snapping my fingers to change his clothes. Ciro now wears a light gray long-sleeved shirt with a high collar, a brown vest, and white pants buckled at the shins. He has black knee socks under the pants and brown leather high-top boots, along with a brown belt with a golden buckle and white gloves. I replace the pencil with a small plastic dagger. "Whoa, cool. Thanks, Mido." I nod at him as he gets back into character. I point my sword at him. "Let the princess go if you value your life." "Aizu, help. She's mine now, huh?" He tosses his dagger at me, making me look away for a moment. When I turn back, I see him dash under the table, with Rin giggling as they hide. "Where did they go?" "Oh no, I have failed you, princess." I drop to one knee, raising my fist to the ceiling. "I will bring you back safely, I swear on my knightly honor." "Wait, hold on." We all look over at Ciro as he climbs out from under the table, rubbing his knee. "Help me turn the dining room into a fort or something. It's uncomfortable." Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, Kaken, Ida, Satu, Ojiro, Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, and I all gather to move the table and chairs. Yaoyorozu and I create some black and dark green sheets with ivy and a few white and yellow daisies before passing them down to Ciro, who tapes them to the ceiling with help from Uraraka, Kaken, Ida, and Ojiro. Once everything is set up, I conjure some fairy lights for Kaminari, Satu, and Mina to hang. Suddenly, I feel a small tug on my pants and look down at Akio. "What's up? Can I play too?" I smile brightly and nod. "Yeah, of course you can." He perks up. "Since Ren's the princess, that makes me the prince." I chuckle and nod. "Okay, buddy." I snap my fingers, transforming him into a prince with a blue shirt adorned with golden lining, white pants tucked into black knee boots, a dark purple scarf, a dark brown sash, 2 black belts meeting at a red buckle, a royal blue and golden coat, black gloves, a golden staff topped with a sapphire, and a little golden crown. He beams before suddenly looking back at Kaken and pointing. "You're gonna be my guard." "Huh? Who?" Akio cuts him off, turning back to me. "Change him. Change him." "You better not. Sorry, Prince's orders." I snap my fingers and change Kaken's outfit as well. I dressed him in a simple black and white suit, complete with a black coat and gloves, knowing that an elaborate outfit would only make him angrier. "Sugar honey iced tea Deku." A few of us laughed, earning confused looks from the kids and Todoroki before we continued with the game. We moved the couches aside and set the coffee table in the center of the room, taping black sheets to the ceiling around the light bulb. Once everything was in place, Akio stood on a stool, yelling at me while Kaken stood behind him. "How dare you let my little sister get kidnapped?" "I didn't mean to, sire." He had a dagger to her neck. I protested as he slammed his tiny fist on the table, glaring at me with determination. "I pay you to protect her, not to let her get taken so easily. Send him to the dungeon." Kaken took a few steps toward me, but I quickly interjected, "Please, Your Majesty, I'll bring back the princess alive. You know I'm your best shot, my prince." He paused, considering my words, before agreeing. "Fine, but if you don't bring her back in 3 days, I'll have your head." His smile made me chuckle slightly as I nodded, "Yes, sir." "Wait." We all turned to see Rin running over to whisper something in Akio's ear, causing them both to giggle before he nodded. I raised an eyebrow as she dashed back to the tower, with Zero. Turning back to Akio, he continued, "And Bakugo has to keep watch over you." I groaned loudly but nodded, "All right, fine." "Did you just groan? To my princely order?" He jumped down from his stool and ran up to me, playfully tapping me with his staff on the back of my thigh. "Ow! Don't you groan at me." He swung his staff again, hitting me on the calf, making me jump away. Okay, I won't groan." "Did you just yell at your prince?" I yelped as he tapped me on the hip, and then he started chasing me around the room, eliciting laughter from everyone watching. Stop, that's enough." I let out a nervous laugh as he finally stopped. "Fine, go get my sister before I hit you again." I dashed into the hallway with Kaken, following where Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, and Kaminari had created a fake forest. We navigated through the trees, drawings, pushing aside some vines, Zero's tape, and jumping over logs, pillows. "So, how did the princess get kidnapped?" I asked. "I was fighting someone else, and the bandit took her while I was distracted." "Ruer." We both jumped at the sudden noise, pulling out our plastic swords and looking around. Kaminari suddenly leaped out, sporting a tail and wings tied to him, with a small microphone attached to his cheek. "I am a dragon. How dare you step into my forest?" "Since when do dragons talk?" Rin giggled loudly, and I frowned at Kaminari's language. We began fighting the dragon, and after a couple of minutes, he was on his back with both my and Kaken's swords pointed at him. "Haha! We have taken you down, dragon. You shall perish by my sword." I lifted my sword to my chest, preparing to impale his heart when the door suddenly opened. Mr. Aizawa walked in, raising an eyebrow as he surveyed the scene. "What's going on here?" Saving the princess?" I replied. He looked around before nodding. "Carry on then." We watched him walk past us toward the elevator before continuing our game. I stabbed Kaminari in the chest as he yelled out dramatically, Kaken laughing loudly. "Suffer!" I snorted as we continued through the forest, pretending to get lost before arriving at the tower. "We are here to take the princess home." After a brief struggle, Zero surrendered, and Kaken tied him up while I picked Rin up. "Aizu, you saved me." "Of course I did, princess. I'll always be here for you, no matter what." She smiled brightly as I held her close. We made our way back through the forest and into the castle, the living room, where Akio immediately ran up to us. I set Rin down, and they hugged tightly. "Sister, you're okay?" "Brother." Akio looked at me with a large smile. "You're pardoned." Then, his expression shifted to a glare. "But if anything ever happens to my sister under your watch again, I will end you." A shiver ran up my back as I nodded in agreement. After that, the girls began complimenting Ren on how beautiful her dress looked while I started taking apart the forest. "Hey!" I looked over at Kaken and smiled softly. "Hey!" He leaned against the tree I was about to pull down, and I raised an eyebrow at him. "Leave it, we'll clean it up later." I don't like leaving things for later. "So, what was all this about?" Ren looked a little sad when she was telling me about the princess that reminds her of her mother. He hummed thoughtfully as we stared at each other for a few moments before he reached over and brushed a loose curl behind my ear. I felt my face heat up slightly and quickly cleared my throat, stepping back. "What was that?" "It was bugging me." I raised an eyebrow at him before nodding, then turned around to continue cleaning up the area. Kaken helped me, and soon Ida and Yaoyorozu joined in as well. "Mito," I looked over at Mina as she approached. "Can I keep the clothes? I kinda like them." I shrugged. "Go ahead, I don't care." "Yes," she exclaimed, and I chuckled a little as I turned back to finish tidying up. I was outside playing with some neighbors when the security guard came to check on something that wasn't working in my apartment. The guard was a really nice man in his 40s named Jerry, and I considered him my best friend at the time. He had left his golf cart on the sidewalk, and my little self thought it would be a fun idea to take my friends out for a joy ride. I hopped into the driver's seat, and 6 other kids jumped in wherever they could fit. I turned the key and pressed down on the gas pedal. We all crashed into the stairs, and I nearly flew out of the cart. Thankfully, no one was seriously hurt, just a few bruises. Everyone who heard the crash came running outside, and when my mom and the guard saw us, my mom started yelling at me. But when she realized we were all okay, she began to laugh. Jerry, on the other hand, was panicking, saying he was never going to leave the keys in the cart again. In my opinion, though, it was totally worth it. A few days have passed since the whole dress-up fiasco, and now I'm on my way to pick up the kids from school, with Kakin coming along for some reason. "Why did you come along again?" I asked. "I told you already, I just felt like it," he replied. I rolled my eyes and continued walking down the sidewalk, my hands buried deep in my pockets. As we approached the academy gates, I noticed a few teachers and parents wandering around the parking lot. We made our way to the large double doors, and I greeted the security guard with a small nod, receiving the same in return. Walking through the halls, Kakin lagged a few steps behind me, glancing around slightly. I reached the classroom and saw Akio sitting down doing homework with a small boy with raven hair beside him. Ren, on the other hand, was running around playing with a boy who had bright blonde hair and whiskers. "Akio." "Ren," I called, and they both snapped their heads up to look at me before quickly grabbing their things and rushing over. "Aizu," they shouted in unison. I chuckled lightly as they hugged my legs. "Aizu, I made a new friend," Ren exclaimed. "Oh really?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. She nodded excitedly. "Yeah, let me introduce you." I smiled and followed her to the blonde boy, who was now bothering the raven-haired boy. The blonde looked up at me, and I could see him getting slightly nervous. "Aizu, this is Naruto. Nair, this is Izuku." Rin introduced us. I smiled softly at the little boy. "Hello, Naruto, it's nice to meet you." He smiled back nervously. Hello," he stammered. I then turned to the brooding raven-haired boy. "And what's your name?" I asked. "Chun," he replied, crossing his arms. I raised an amused brow at him. Suddenly, Naruto playfully nudged the back of his head. "Be nice, team," he said. "Use your Atanki," the raven-haired boy shot back. I laughed lightly, catching both of their attention. Naruto then elbowed the boy, making him grunt and glare at him before directing his glare at me. "Sasuke," he said. I closed my eyes and smiled. "Well, hello, Sasuke, it's nice to meet you too." He rolled his eyes and returned to his homework. "Alright, well, we have to get going. Come on and say goodbye." "Bye-bye, see you guys tomorrow," she called. I stood up and held out my hand for Ren to grab before we walked out, where we found Kakin and Akio leaning against the wall. "Are you guys ready to go?" I asked. They both nodded, and we started walking down the hallway again. As we approached the doors, I heard my name being called. "Mr. Midoriya, wait a second." I stopped and turned around, seeing Principal Senju walking up to me. "Yes, is everything all right?" I asked. "Is it all right if I talk to you for a minute?" she replied. I looked down at the kids with a raised brow. "What did you guys do?" "Nothing, I swear," they all chimed in. I heard a small chuckle as I looked back up at the principal. No, they didn't do anything. I just wanted to speak to you." "All right then, Kakin, can you guys wait outside?" I asked. "Yeah, come on brats," he said, leading the kids out. I looked back at Ren with a raised brow. "What is it?" "I just wanted to tell you that those two are amazing children. They both get good grades, and their teachers are really impressed. However, Ren has been called out in class because she gets distracted easily and has trouble sitting still. She sometimes distracts her peers and stands up without permission." "I see Ren has ADHD. I'll talk to her about that and get her a small toy to help her focus," I replied. "If that's all right with you, of course," she said. "Oh yes, that's perfectly fine. I'll talk with her teachers so they won't take the toy away from her. Thank you, I said. And one more thing, it's about Akio. He's a very calm child and tends to keep to himself. I raised a brow. Is that a problem? Well, yes and no. No, because he's not doing anything wrong, and his teachers seem to like him. But he only hangs around his sister, has no friends his age, and I once caught him sitting under the bleachers with a distant look in his eyes. I'm worried about him. Is there something going on at home? I crossed my arms and looked down for a moment before letting out a small sigh. A few days ago, I dressed up Ren as a Disney princess, and a few classmates and I pretended we were in a fairy tale. Akio was a prince, and I was Ren's bodyguard. One of my classmates ended up kidnapping her, and we staged a whole rescue mission to bring her back safely to the castle. That sounds like fun, she said, smiling softly. I nodded. Yeah, it was nice. Ever since I found them, I've been trying to keep them happy, doing little things that mean the world to them. But I can't erase the hurt from their hearts. They lost their parents not long ago, and they're still grieving in their own ways. Akio buries himself in school and music, while Ren draws non-stop. They still wake up at night crying out for them. They're still young and they're in pain, so just give them space and time. I looked up at her as she nodded with a slight frown. I see, I understand. I can ask the school counselor to have a chat with them if you would like. I don't know, I'll have to speak with them first. All right then, well if they say yes, I'm going to need you to sign a few papers. I nod at her before she smiles softly. All right then, that's all. Thank you for your time. Yeah. I quickly bow at her before turning around and walking out, where I see Ren on Kaken's shoulders as he jogs back and forth, while Akio sits on the steps throwing pebbles. I sneak up behind him, grab his sides, and lift him up. He lets out a surprised squeak as I flip him upside down. He then starts laughing as I waddle over to Kaken. All right, let's go. Izuku, put me down. Okay. I lower him just enough for him to start walking on his hands, making him giggle again. Oh, let's race Akio-ni-san. Kaken sets Rin down on his hands as well, both of us carrying their backpacks. Whoever falls first doesn't get Katsudon. No, I love Baku's cooking. I look over at Kaken with a small smirk. Who doesn't? He smirks back at me as we start walking down the sidewalk with the kids, earning a few strange looks from passers-by. Do you want to stop and grab some snacks? I look over at Kaken as he signals toward a store with his chin. It's on me. Free snacks? Awesome. He snorts a little before we set the kids down, both of them flushed with excitement, which makes me chuckle. The four of us make our way inside the store, walking up and down the aisles, picking up a few things we need for the dorms, such as toilet paper, food, vegetables, fruit, and a few other items. As we enter the snack aisle, Akio immediately grabs some Doritos and gummy bears while Rin looks around, trying to choose just 2 out of the hundreds of snacks on the shelves. I reach up, trying to grab the hot Cheetos, grumbling about my short legs. I use my telekinesis to make the bag float down toward me when Kaken suddenly snatches it from midair. I quickly turn around and glare at his smirking face. Give that back. He holds the bag over his head, chuckling a little. Come and get it, nerd. I pout and stretch my arm out, trying to grab the bag from his grasp. Catch on. He laughs lightly, keeping the bag out of my reach. Come on, you can do better than that, nerd. I place one hand on his chest as I stand on my tiptoes. I'm going to get you, Katsuki. He just laughs and takes a few steps back, keeping the bag just out of reach. Come on, Aizu, you can do it. I glare at him as he taunts me when someone down the aisle yells out for us to watch out. Kaken suddenly bumps into a shelf, putting his hand on my waist as he stumbles slightly. We both freeze, staring into each other's eyes for a few seconds. I see him flicker his gaze down to my lips and then back up to my eyes. I feel a rush of panic as he looks back down at my lips before slowly leaning in. I clear my throat and take a step back. I don't want them anymore. Deku, I quickly turn around to face the kids, seeing Akio trying to help Rin pick out some snacks. Come on, let's go already. Rin lets out a yelp and decides to do a quick eeny, meeny, miny, mo between some snacks. Catch on. I stop in my tracks, my brows furrowed. I know that name. I quickly turn around and see a boy with curly green and black hair trying to grab a bag of chips from a blonde boy I know all too well. I stare at the green-haired boy with wide eyes, watching as he jumps around, reaching for the chips. Come on, you can do better than that, nerd. The green-haired boy puts his free hand on Katsuki's chest, reaching further up for the chips. I'm going to get you, Katsuki. Katsuki laughs and continues to keep the bag out of his reach. Come on, Aizu, you can do it. Someone down the aisle then yells for them to watch out. And both boys bump into the shelf, freezing completely. What are you looking at, baby? I jump and quickly turn around, looking up at Yuki as he pushes the cart over and stands beside me. Oh, nothing, don't worry about it. He raises a brow and nods at me. I got everything on the list. Do we need anything else? No, that's all we need. He nods and lets out a small hum. How about some snacks then? I've been craving some Lays all day long. I let out a small laugh and nod. Okay then, Han, maybe I can finally talk to him. I turn around and see the green-haired boy, Katsuki, and the two children walking out of the aisle. No. I missed him. Would it be okay to walk up to him? I don't even know if he wants to see me. He's been avoiding me at school. I know he has. I feel my eyes get slightly watery as I grab a bag of hot Cheetos, Izuku's favorites. What have I done? The four of us make our way toward the checkout. As we wait in line, I feel a small tap on my shoulder. I look back at Kaken with a slight frown on my face. Yeah. Let's talk later, okay? I let out a small sigh. We don't have to, Kaken. It's fine. I look away, but I feel him grab my arm. I said, let's talk later, okay? I side-eye Kaken, narrowing my eyes slightly. Yeah, whatever. I see him nod from the corner of my eye before we walk up to the checkout lady. Hello, I hope you found everything you were looking for. I nod with a slight hum as Kaken passes me the groceries, which I place on the conveyor belt. The cashier scans everything while casting subtle glances my way. Once she finishes, she presses her arms together, drawing attention to herself. Will that be all? She asks. Yeah. Okay, that comes to a total of $84.76. I take out my card and swipe it on the machine, entering my PIN. While I pay, Kaken bags the groceries with Akio's help, while Ren is distracted by various things. I watch as the cashier rips my receipt out, grabs a pen, and writes down her phone number. Here you go, have a nice day, she winks at me, making me roll my eyes before I walk away. I shove the receipt into my pocket and quickly help Kaken finish bagging the food before we head out. As we walk down the sidewalk, Ren and Akio link arms, playfully hopping over the cracks. It doesn't take long before we return to the dorms, where the kids rush into play Twister with Mina, Siro, Uraraka, and Hagakure. Oh, you guys went shopping, thank you, I say, nodding at Ida as he, Momo, and Ajuru start putting everything away. I head over to the common room and sit down on the couch beside Todoroki, who is eating a bowl of cold soba. I watch as the kids struggle to reach different colors until Uraraka slips, tumbling on top of everyone with a loud thud. I stifle a laugh as Mina smacks her face on the floor, then lifts her head and starts laughing. Come on, you two, let's change out of your uniforms before you rip them. They both nod, and the three of us make our way up to our dorm room. I close the door and lock it before heading to the closet, grabbing some light gray shorts and a baby blue shirt for Akio. I toss the clothes at him, earning a playful noise before he whines, "Izu?" I chuckle before turning around and rummaging through Ren's pile of clothes. I pull out a plain white shirt and dark blue overall shorts, tossing them at her as well. She giggles as they hit her back. Alright, go ahead and change. You guys can play for a while before doing your homework. Okay. I turn back to the closet, pulling out some dark gray sweats and a black shirt. I walk into the bathroom to change, hearing Rin yell that they're leaving before the door slams shut, making me chuckle and shake my head. Once I finish changing, I grab the dirty clothes basket and walk out of the bathroom, picking up the kids' uniforms off the bed as I head downstairs to the laundry room. I separate the clothes into 3 piles, darks, colors, and whites, making sure to check for anything left in pockets. I turn on the washers, letting them fill with water before loading the 3 piles into the machines and adding a good amount of soap and fabric softener. After finishing that, I head back upstairs to my room to clean. I pick up random scraps of paper, wrappers, and shoes, throwing the trash away and organizing a few other items. When I finish, I tie up the trash bag and replace it with a clean one. I grab the trash bag and walk out of my room, down the stairs, and outside the dorms. I toss the bag into the trash can outside. As I turn around, I see Kaken walking down the steps of the dorm building toward me. I let out a sigh as I approach him. About earlier at the store. Listen, Kaken, I don't really care, so just drop it, okay? I see him press his lips together before nodding. Alright, whatever. I frown slightly before sighing. Don't get me wrong, Kaken, I'm not rejecting you or anything. I just don't care about many things right now. A relationship is one of those things. I shrug a little, looking down at the ground. I've been through a lot and seen a lot. I don't really care for having a partner right now. I want to focus on work and the kids without worrying about distractions. I flinch at how that sounds and peek back up at him. I understand, Dek. I thought the same thing for years, but after spending time with you, I felt spark, I guess you could say. I don't really know. He reaches over and gently tilts my chin up before leaning in, pressing his lips against mine for a brief moment before pulling away. I'll change your mind. Just watch me. He smirks before jogging away. I touch my lips gently, feeling my cheeks heat up slightly. Baka. It's been a few days since the shopping incident. Right now, I'm in the gym, doing sit-ups with weights attached to my chest, ankles, and arms. Ren and Akio are messing around with some dumbbells, working out alongside Kaken, who's lying on the bench press, lifting 110-pound weights. A few other classmates are working out as well. Aizu, look. I lift myself up to see Ren holding a large weight above her head, beaming at me. I raise an eyebrow and smirk slightly. Uraraka used her quirk, that doesn't count. She pouts at me, clearly annoyed. Naya. Oh really? Let it go then. I chuckle softly before standing up and walking toward her. Come here, Akio. Okay. I kneel down in front of them with a small smile. How about you guys try a different type of training? Different. Akio, I want you to use your air quirk to lift the dumbbells. Start with the lightest one and try to hold it in the air for 5 full minutes. If you can do that, move on to the next one. Let me know when you can manage the 20-pound weight, okay? As for you, Ren, I want you to use your water quirk to create shapes in the air. Start with simple ones: squares, circles, triangles, and so on. Hold each shape for 5 minutes. Once you run out of ideas, recreate them in 3D. After that, let me know. They exchanged determined glances before responding, okay. I smiled softly as they dashed off together. Standing up, I approached the treadmill, turned it on, and began jogging, gradually increasing my speed. Hey, I heard Kaminari call out. Hey, I replied, noticing he seemed hesitant to ask something. I sighed softly, just ask, Kaminari. He flinched slightly, then chuckled awkwardly. Is it that obvious? Not really, I'm just observant. So, what's on your mind? Well, I was wondering if you could help me with my quirk. I keep short-circuiting and I don't know why. I closed my eyes and sighed through my nose. If you need help, just say so. I promise I won't bite. How did you know? As I said, I'm observant. I've seen how you try to approach me during training but then back off. Am I wrong? No. I turned to face him. So, what do you need help with? He bit his lip, looking up at me. I was hoping you could tell me what I'm doing wrong. I've tried so many things, but I always short-circuit. It's simple, really. It's a drawback of your quirk that you can't eliminate. He frowned, looking down. Oh. But you can overcome it. Here's what I want you to try. Your limit is 1,300,000 volts, and you short-circuit for an hour, right? Yeah. Alright then. In a quiet area, start with 1,000 volts, holding it for 20 minutes before adding another 1,000 volts. Whenever you feel like you're about to short-circuit, focus and start counting. Counting? I nodded. Yes, counting. Why do I need to count? Counting will help you stay conscious. If you can count to 100 while short-circuiting, you can move on to the next step. That makes sense, I guess. What about the voltage? If you can count while short-circuiting at 10,000 volts, it means you're staying conscious. If you keep that up, you could eventually stay conscious at 10 million volts and even fight while short-circuiting. Of course, that's just hypothetical. Dude, that's amazing. I'll take anything at this point. Thanks, man. He turned off the treadmill and dashed off, eager to start his training. I continued running for another 20 minutes before hopping off and heading to the heavy-duty dip bars. I gripped the bars and lifted myself, pushing up and down for 20 minutes before climbing off and wiping the sweat from my forehead with a sigh. Okay, time to get serious. I walked back to the weights, adding another 100 pounds to my ankles, chest, and arms. Alright, that makes 500 pounds each. I moved to the high bar, climbed up and held myself with the back of my knees, performing upside-down sit-ups for 30 minutes before switching to other workouts. After a while, I was grossed out by the amount of sweat sticking to my shirt. I removed the weight vest and pulled my shirt over my head, using it to wipe my face. PFFFDD. I glanced to the side and saw Kakin coughing on some water while eyeing me. I raised an eyebrow at him, shrugged, and put the vest back on before moving to the next machine. I smiled softly at Ren, who was concentrating hard, sweat trickling down her forehead as she tried to hold a wobbly square in the air. Akio was in a similar state with the dumbbells. Midoriya, nice body, Mina said, eyeing my chest. I rolled my eyes and continued with the bench press. Whatever, I muttered, hearing her snort as she pointed behind herself. Bakugo doesn't seem to think it's whatever. I looked over at Kakin, who was still staring at me. I let out a small grunt and turned back to Mina. What's your point? She sat beside me, smirking. Come on, Midababe, don't tell me you're not interested in someone as hot as Bakubabe. I'm not. Please. I see the way you look at him. I haven't seen him in years. Of course, I'm going to stare. She groaned as I pushed the bar up again and again. That's not what I mean. Then how do you mean? I mean, wouldn't you hit that? Bakubabe's fine. I wouldn't mind getting close to him. I felt my eyebrow twitch and put the bar back on the stand. I didn't need to hear that. Bye. She laughed as I walked away to the next machine. Kakin sat down beside me as I adjusted the weights. If you're going to stare, don't make it obvious. People will start to notice. When did you get so ripped? Somewhere around 12. What? I lived on the streets as a vigilante. Of course, I worked out, Kakin. We fell into an awkward silence that gradually faded as we continued our workout. So, have you thought of? No. Have you not thought about it, or no, you won't? Both. Why not? I'm busy. And I haven't been helping? Barely. Bang. Kakin dropped the weights and glared at me. What do you mean barely? I closed my eyes and sighed, leaning my head back against the chair. I've done plenty to help you. If you don't want to, just say so. I glance up at Kakin for a moment. I did, but you insisted. Fine. He stands up and storms out of the gym, a few classmates exchanging glances between me and the door, whispering among themselves. I let out a breath through my nose as I continue with my set. I don't want you getting involved with me. I can't lose you for good, Kakin. Deku's POV. It's been 2 weeks since the gym incident, and Kakin hasn't spoken to me unless absolutely necessary, which isn't very often. Right now, I'm lying in bed, enjoying a little extra sleep after coming home late last night. Wake up, Izuku. I feel something heavy land on my stomach, knocking the air out of my lungs with a loud "Woof." I blink my eyes open to see Ren, with Akio standing beside her, grinning widely. What's going on? We made you breakfast. Did you now? Bakugo helped us. Right. Akio carefully hands me a tray with pancakes and eggs as I slowly sit up, holding back a wince as pain shoots up my back. They both sit on the bed in front of me, watching closely as I take a big bite of the pancakes. They're good, thank you guys. Yay. Glad you liked it, Aizu. I close my eyes and smile as I continue eating, making small talk with the kids. Once I finish, I stand up and change out of my pajamas, slipping on a green shirt and dark blue sweats. After changing, I grab the dirty dishes, and the three of us make our way back down the stairs toward the common area. As I open the door with my hip, my work phone starts ringing. Akio, can you take the dishes for me? I have to answer this. Okay. They both walk off as I take my phone out of my pocket and answer, who is this and how do you have my number? It's good to hear you too. I perk up slightly, walking across the hall and into the laundry room, making sure no one is around. I quickly disable the cameras and voice recorders before speaking again. Well, if it isn't my favorite villain, Dobby. Oi, I'm honored to be your favorite. I roll my eyes with a small chuckle, hearing him let out a chuckle on the other line. So, what's up? I have information about that mafia you asked me to look into. I lean against the washing machine, narrowing my eyes as I glare at the ground. What do you have for me? They're going to have a trade tonight, weapons, drags, people. You know, the usual. Get on with it, Dobby. So serious, I can almost hear his sarcastic pout. To ya. All right, geez. I hear him let out a huff before continuing. They're planning to take over Musutafus. Among the weapons, there are coded instructions on how to build a bomb that could wipe out an entire city. If they get their hands on those instructions, they'll be unstoppable. You can't let that happen. And I won't. Where's the trade going to be? Somewhere in the west abandoned shipping dock. There's one more thing you need to know. What is it? The person who created the bomb instructions will be there. You have to eliminate him, or else the raid will be all for nothing. Got it? I'll talk to you later. Wait. Yeah. How's Shudo? He's fine too. A little standoffish and antisocial, but that's to be expected. Yeah, keep an eye on him for me, okay? Whatever, see ya. I hang up the phone, biting my lip as I walk out of the laundry room and into the common area. I look up, seeing Ren and Akio giggling loudly as they get chased by Siro and Kaminari. I turn my head and see Kaken putting on his shoes, getting ready to leave. I quickly jog up to him, reaching out to grab his elbow. I need you to look after the kids tonight. He turns his head and glares down at me. Oh, you think I'm good enough to look after them now? I thought I was barely helping you. I let out a sigh, releasing his arm. If you don't want to, then fine. I'll find someone else to watch them. Thanks. I turn around and start to walk away. Deku, wait. It's fine. I'll leave them with Todoroki or Momo. Would you stop? I'll watch over them. I don't want to force you. Freaking hell, Deku. You can't force me to do anything. I'll look after them. Whatever. Just tell me when you change your mind. I walk over to Mr. Aizawa's room, opening the door to find him with a towel wrapped around his waist, his hair wet from a shower, water glistening on his chest. Midoriya. I ignore him, closing the door behind me. We have a problem. Can it wait? I'm a little busy if you haven't noticed. No, we only have until tonight before the city burns. It's too early for this. Get out of my room. I ignore him again, sitting down on his bed as we glare at each other. You hate me, I get it. I ignore the small pang in my chest and continue. I got information, don't ask me how or from whom, about a mafia trade going down tonight. Among the weapons, there's information to build a bomb. If the Yakuza get their hands on that info, they'll be unstoppable. I need your help to stop them, or at least distract them long enough for me to destroy the weapons with the instructions. He raises a brow at me. I thought you were too good to need help, Bunny. I feel my stomach drop as the overwhelming feeling of being alone hits me. My eyes become slightly glassy, and my throat burns as a lump quickly forms. I just nod and look away, clearing my throat as I stand up. Okay, I say softly and walk out, closing the door behind me. As I return to the common area, I see everyone laughing and enjoying themselves. Get it together, Izuku. You don't belong here, or anywhere. Your only purpose is to keep Musutafus safe without anyone knowing. Don't let emotions bring you down. I turn away from the group and head up the stairs to the roof, where I slip my hand into my shadow and pull out my planning notebook. I flip through a few pages before stopping at an empty one, letting out a small sigh. Better start planning my next move. I sit there for a good 3 or 4 hours before I hear the door open. There you are. The kids were starting to worry, Kaken says. I hum in response, scribbling down a few ideas. I'll come down in a bit, I'm busy right now. Kaken sits down beside me. Busy with what? None of your business, Katsuki. I think to myself, don't get involved with me, you'll either get hurt or leave me. I hear him scoff before standing up and walking away. I let out a sigh and make myself a joint, putting everything away in my shadow. Leaning back on my hands, I light one end of the joint and take a deep breath, looking up at the clouds. I lay down on my back, deciding to cloud watch for a while and relax before having to go inside and socialize. Halfway through the joint, I use my quirk to check on my mom. I see her laughing joyfully as she holds up a Jinsui test to her boyfriend, who is jumping around in excitement. We're going to be parents. Can you believe it? I know, I'm so excited. Sadness crashes over me, and I quickly dismiss the image, sitting up and pulling at my hair. Excited? Excited? Why am I not good enough for you? What did I ever do for you to hate me like this? I let out a loud sob, tears I've been holding back for years streaming down my cheeks. Someone just end me already. I wrap my arms tightly around myself, trying and failing to stop crying. Stop it. Stop being so weak. You already know she hates you. She always has and always will, just like everyone else. You mean nothing, so stop crying already. I force myself to shut off my emotions, sniffling as I dry my eyes with my palm. Time to go. As I made my way back down the steps and into the common area, Akio and Rin suddenly ran up to me. Aizu. Where were you? You left without saying anything. I knelt down in front of them, a smile on my face. Sorry, guys, I had to take care of something. Rin looked at me with a small frown. Are you okay, Aizu? Yep, I'm fine. I closed my eyes and smiled at her before standing up again. Come on, let's go watch a movie. I saw Ren perk up at that, while Akio continued to stare at me with a suspicious look before he nodded. The three of us walked over to the couches and turned on the TV. We started watching The Lion King, and soon the rest of the class joined us. I pressed my lips together, going over my plan in my mind, considering different scenarios and outcomes for each move. Midoriya, can we speak? I blinked, pulled back to reality, and turned to see Principal Nizu standing by the door, his paws behind his back and a small smile on his snout. I stood up and made my way over, telling the kids to wait, and followed him back to his office. Please, take a seat. Would you like some tea? I rolled my eyes as I sat down, crossing my arms over my chest. Cut to the chase, what do you need, Nizu? He let out a soft hum and started pouring himself some tea, slowly taking a sip just as the door opened. I looked back to see Mr. Aizawa walking over. What's going on? I glanced at the white mouse rat we called our principal, narrowing my eyes slightly. That's what I would like to know, Midoriya. What's going on? I stared at him, confused for a moment before Aizawa spoke up, walking around the desk and standing beside Nizu. You told me you needed help. Oh? Now you want to help? Or is Nizu forcing you? No one is forcing him, young Midoriya. He came and told me himself. Now, what is it that you know and how can we help? I pressed my lips together before letting out a small sigh. There's going to be a Mafia Trade tonight. I looked down, picking at my nails in boredom. In some of the weapons, there are instructions on how to build a bomb that could wipe out a city. I need to take them down and stop the person who made the instructions. I watched as Nizu set his teacup down, intertwining his paws together, a worried yet serious expression crossing his snout. Oh my! I nodded, looking up at Mr. Aizawa again. But don't worry, I have a few plans. If that's all, I'm leaving. I got up and took a few steps when Nizu called out for me. Hold on now, young Midoriya. What do you need us to do? I turned around again, crossing my arms over my chest. Just stay out of my way. I noticed Aizawa's hair starting to float, making me raise an eyebrow. Are you serious? We brought you here to make a plan and figure out how to stop them. You can't just walk out. I scoffed. This is why I don't work with heroes. You only think the worst of me, and when I ask for help, you scoff in my face until you realize how bad the situation is. It's always the same. No matter what I do, I'll always be the bad guy trying to save the city. I turned and walked out, slamming the door shut behind me. I made my way to the gym, seeing a few people training. I walked over to the punching bag, reaching out and adjusting it to tungsten before I started taking my frustration out on it. My knuckles began to sting as I bent the metal slightly until it broke off the bar and landed on the floor with a thud. I stood there, breathing heavily for a moment before straightening up and storming back out, ignoring the stares I received from everyone. By the time I returned to the dorms, I managed to calm down again. I looked up to see Kaken sitting outside, Akio beside him. Everything okay? They both looked up at me, Kaken sitting up a little straighter. Deku, what are you guys doing outside? Just talking. I nodded as I sat down beside Kaken, staring down at the ground and letting out a sigh through my nose. Are you okay, Aizu? I'm fine, Akio, just tired. Hey brat, give us a minute, will ya? I looked over at Kaken, confused, as Akio got up with a small nod and made his way inside, closing the door behind him. Everything okay, Kaken? That's what I want to know, Deku. Are you okay? Don't give me that I'm fine nonsense. I know you better than that, nerd. I turned my head, looking down at my hands as Kaken gently lifted my right hand, staring at the blood with a frown. What's wrong, Izuku? I'm just tired, Kaken. Of what? Everything. He immediately pulled me in for a hug, making me tense up and start pushing him away. I'll be fine. I know, but you need a hug. I felt my breath hitch as my eyes widened, tears threatening to fall. Don't you cry. You don't have to do everything on your own, Deku. Kaken, let go. I'm here for you. You can rely on me, Izuku. Stop. Hold it in. I see in a breath, closing my eyes tightly. I'm okay. My voice cracked slightly at the end. I stopped pushing against his chest and grip his shirt tightly. Honestly, Kaken, I'm fine. Rely on me, Izuku, please. I can hear the desperation and worry in his voice, causing a small tear to run down my cheek. I grip his shirt even tighter, my body starting to tremble, and my breathing quickens. Let it out, I'm right here for you, Deku. I shake my head rapidly. I can't. It's okay, Deku. No, I can't. Yes, you can. That's all it takes for the tears to start falling, sobs escaping my throat as I hide my face in his chest, feeling him hold me tightly. He doesn't say anything, just rubs my back and lets me cry into him. After about 30 minutes, I slowly pull away, hiccuping slightly as I turn away from him, reaching up to wipe my cheek when Kaken suddenly grabs my chin and lifts my head up. He gently wipes the tears from my cheeks, making me smile softly at him. Come on, I'm sure you're hungry. I nod, and Kaken stands up, holding his hand out to me. I slowly reach up, grabbing his hand and letting him pull me to my feet. We make our way inside, Kaken telling me to wait on the couch. I drop onto one of the couches, watching Rin run around with Kaminari, both of them laughing loudly as they evade Kirishima. Akio is sitting beside Todoroki, staring at me intently. I wave him over and he immediately stands up and walks over, sitting beside me. I wrap my arms around him, pulling him onto my lap and smiling softly down at him. I am okay, Akio. I see his shoulders relax a little before he nods, leaning in to hug me. I'm glad. As I hold him, I can feel myself starting to drift off, Akio letting out soft snores. Suddenly I feel small hands grabbing at me. I lift my head and look over at Ren, opening my arms and letting her sit on my lap as well. She snuggles against my chest and closes her eyes. I hold them both tightly against me, letting my head roll back onto the couch and drifting off to sleep. Wake up when I feel someone shaking me gently. I slowly blink my eyes open, looking up at a blurry figure of Kaken. Wake up, nerd, I made Katsudon. That immediately wakes me up, and Kaken lets out a small chuckle as he walks off. I carefully pull myself out of the kid's grip, laying them down beside each other on the couch. I make my way toward the kitchen, where Kaken hands me a bowl of Katsudon. Yes. I let out an excited laugh before I start eating. Oi, it's hot. Hot, he finishes, chuckling while I fan my tongue with my hand. Idiot. I glare at him. Leave me alone. He snorts, going back to his food. I stare at him for a moment before I start eating as well, neither of us saying anything for a few minutes. I let out a small sigh, taking another large bite before setting my plate down on the counter and crossing my arms over my chest. Is something wrong with the food? No, it's just. I let out another sigh. All right. All right, what? All right, I'll let you help me, but if I do, you have to do everything I say. Do you understand? Yeah, all right, geez. I reach up, grabbing him by the collar and pulling him down to my level, watching him struggle slightly. I'm serious. You do as I say when I say and how I say, or else you're out. Okay, Izuku, I will. I let go of him, watching him stand up straight as I cross my arms again. First things first. You need to train. We train every day? I shake my head. No, it's not enough. School trains us in combat, quirk mastery, and crowd control. What you need to know is how to keep a level head. Oh, how to outsmart your opponent, how to always be 10 steps ahead, and most importantly, how to not show emotions. You have to be mentally prepared and strong. You're going to see some tough things, Katsuki, and you can't let it get to you. Just remember, if you want to become a hero, you have to first understand the darker side of things.